Where were we? What was I doing? I think like I just said, we just set up the centrifuges. We'll walk through stuff real quick. First eat and drink. Delicious drink fountain. Delicious food. Alright, so last session, before I was interrupted by a kitty biting my feet so many times that I had to turn off the stream and give him some love, which is pretty reasonable. Last session we set up this portion, just a little area here for refining material. We've got deep miners, which are creating an unusable mix of gold and what is it, silver. Those are moved down a pipe and stacked into a big silo. As you can see, there's the unusable regions. They are plugging into centrifuges. We spent a while automating these so that they will run without us having to do anything. And they just churn, processing that ore, turning it into usable gold and silver. And when they are filled, I think at about 900 resources filtered, then they slow down, they release that gold and silver. It gets piped up and up and up and up and plugs into the automated furnace system where it gets sorted and then stacked properly. The things that can be run through a furnace to cook go into our auto furnace we set up a few days ago. Otherwise they just get stacked and moved. When they have been processed, they come down through another set of sorters, going into the final product in the interior room, sorting into these vending machines, and finally there's an overflow here where it'll prioritize filling the vending machines first, but if we have too much ore, which we're going to for like gold and silver given some time, then that goes up and over and down, and we're just dumping it straight down through the world into the pit of lava down below to delete any resources and prevent any lag. So just add anything. We want to get some deep mining going, maybe get some rocket ships going, and then we can plug that into the centrifuge system and have ready to consume processed ores up at the top of processed ingots. So that's good progress. That's really nice to have, and a big step in automation. Let's see, what do? We can do anything now. We're just chilling. I was thinking I wanted to maybe do a little bit of trading. Maybe increase the trading setup, but I was thinking I want to get some water, and I want to plant all of the plants. We've got a pretty good system. We have a giant cooling system here, which is still killing it. This guy is... Are you even, like, stressed at all? This is literally completely full of liquid. It's shooting for 3,000 liters out of 6,000. It's at 3,000 liters out of 6,000, holding the target temperature and pressure. So this is to say our cooling system is killing it, and our steam cooling system is doing much better. I think the issue we're running into now is we just don't have much fuel. The fuel tank is down to 2.5 megapascals, and we're shooting for like at least 3, maybe even more. We should fill this up quite a bit. But putting more fuel in here is going to put more pressure in the system, which should allow this H2 combustor to work faster. It's only doing like a few moles at a time. And it's shooting to, what's it doing? How you doing? It's shooting at 15 megapascals here. Okay. So already it looks like this is a choke. The steam, this guy, fills this guy to 15 megapascals, which it's already doing. And then this guy is supposed to unload that, filter it. It takes this hot steam valve and it filters it into just the steam. All the other waste gas gets dumped through this output pipe. And finally we have a big steam collection here. So it looks like we're getting choked up right here, perhaps. What's your problem? There are 12 megapascals of difference, and it's still not really moving. That's a huge pressure differential. This guy should be doing quite a bit of filtering. So maybe perhaps we just throw in one more of these. Looks like this is a choke point right now. We could do we have a turbo pump right here. that's just pumping this section completely dry. You see that there's like no pressure here. So that's working to keep this differential up. We could do the same thing right here, and then that will help improve the differential. But our differential is huge. 12 megapascals. It's 120 atmospheres of pressure differential. I'm surprised that this guy isn't doing more. So I'm thinking maybe instead of more pumps, we need another filter to double up the amount of work that's being done. Maybe that's a good idea. That's the thing to do. We can do that to start maybe, but I want to get the fuel production going more or less is what I'm thinking. I want to get the fuel production going so that we can get the water production going and have infinite water for plants and stuff and fuel. Fuel is nice to have. We can use it in our furnaces. We can use it in our rocket ships. We're already using a little bit for the centrifuges we set up, but these guys take very little fuel. So, not super concerned with those. Oh, one more thing I forgot to mention about the centrifuges. You can see only one's running. We have a little memory chip here that specifies when they turn on. So this guy's at -1 for the count it'll turn on. It's just looking to compare with how much stuff is in storage. You can see 46 stacks. This one's at like 100, I think. 100. So when there's 100 ore in here, this will turn on. And then we can add as many centrifuges as we need and just say, all right, you turn on at 100, add another that turns on at 200, another that turns on at 300. And they'll only leave the idle state and run if there's work to be done, and it'll prevent like having, we could have 5 of these that just run when there's like, if a rocket ship comes in and drops a ton of stuff, then all of them might turn on, but they're not going to waste a bunch of time and keep running forever if the silo doesn't need to get emptied and processed. So good scalable system there. Alright, I wanted to take a shot at making this suck less. Seems reasonable. And it looks like it's pretty much you that's slowing everything down. Okay. Do I have any atmospherics on me? Can we get that going? I think I might have had some to spare. Let's look in the gigantic infinite storage. Hello, kitty. Where's my beautiful boy? Are you here to bite my toes again? Do you just know when I'm playing this game so you can swoop in to bite me in the toes? You are such a well-behaved boy. I love him so much. I don't think I have any atmospherics. Let's add 1 or 2. Those only run when they need to. So if we add more than we need, it shouldn't really matter, I would think. It's not going to waste energy or anything. And we also set up infinite energy production, more or less. So don't need to be too concerned about energy, except for the fact that if we just go wild, eventually we may just do too much draw on the 100 kilowatt circuit. Alright, atmospherics. Atmospherics are where? Atmospherics. There's 1. Do I need more? We can start with 1. Just say, how do you do? We're going to need a water filter, large water filter. Going to need 2 of these. It's Minecraft for not Zoomers. It's Minecraft for programmers, is maybe a decent way to think about it. Highly recommend. Can you make a living planet? I think they are thinking about setting up like terraforming, which would be really fun. I'm not sure how that works, but that could be a cool goal. Terraforming planet. I think we're out of cables. Give me cables. Cables want copper. How are we doing? There it is. Alright, zoom. Put another one of these. This is a filtration, same thing. Let's give it a little bit of space. Yes. What's this? It's a little gross. It's getting cluttered. But hopefully we don't need many of these. And you want pipes and stuff, right? Pipes. And then some stuff. with a screwdriver, if I remember right. There it is. Construct that. Throw in some filters. Gonna need to plug it in as well. Where's my cable guy? Mystery. Okay, well I think it just needs power. I don't think we need to do the automation cord. Let's just get that plugged in, call it good. What about programming on you? And where did that filter go? Filter where? Filter. Filter. Filter where? Filter where? I do need one of these. Let's throw that down. Filter where? I know I picked it up. Did it go in here? No, but my cable cutter did. Did I not pick it up? Did it just roll away? Might have rolled away. Okay, I'll look inside and see if we can find it. Anyway, I was saying this needs programming. I'm going to turn this off. We're going to open it up. We're going to grab the chip that we're using to program this. Going to import its code. If I remember right, this is just like checking to see if there is enough water in here. And if there's not, then it's going to try to, it's going to turn on and add some more water. That's all that's doing. So we throw that in. Then we got to wire it up. There's a couple devices. Oh, and I do need this guy. We need one more wire right here for the automation wire, because this needs to use the automation to connect to the various devices. And what does it want? If we turn it on, it'll break and it'll tell us. What variables do we have? We have for D1 the water tank. So we roll through to the water tank. What are you called? Water tank. Come on, water tank. There it is. So we use the water tank to drive the logic here. And that is just going to... Look at the code real quick. And that one's pretty simple. That one is going to... Ooh, there's almost no code. Just toggle basically this in the comment is what it's looking to do. It will turn the filtration on if the minimum pressure is above some minimum threshold. The outer pressure is below some max outer pressure threshold. And if we need the liquid in the tanks. So if we need water and there's enough steam to start processing more without blowing anything up by adding too much pressure on the other end, then go ahead and start handling that. Seems good. I've already seen that work, so feeling pretty comfy with it. Let's paint some stuff, give it some pipes here, and then turn that on. Alright, let's see. So on the output side for the filtered stuff, and do I want to, I'm tempted to just add a turbo pump because we can. It should only be helpful. If we add a turbo pump, we also have to add logic to check the pressure here instead of checking the pressure on the input, which is really not so bad. Do I want to do that? Debatably. Debatably, but maybe not today. Anyway, let's go ahead and plug this guy in. We connect this to the existing system. This is where steam comes out. Okay. So this will be the process steam. This is our waste gas. This is our input. Input go here. Waste gas should be gray. Be clear to understand what's going on. And you had little stripes of red. This is hot mixed gross gas. So it's got a little bit of a pattern. Okay. Gray gas goes to the gray line, which is just a vent. Might want to add another vent or two here. But pretty simple, just going to vent that. Maybe even we could run that underground. It's not a bad idea. Kind of like that idea. Instead of connecting it all to the same line. Just go like straight down, call it good. Alright, so our waste gas just gets dumped out the bottom here. It's going to need an outlet. We will do a passive vent. We've got a bunch of them to spare. This will just connect with the air outside. So any garbage gas we create will just be dumped. Why are you fucking bullying me? Why are you bullying me? Excuse me. Oh, is it you guys? It's you guys. These are running. They're taking the hot air from the day that we've collected, and then they use science magic to cool it off and turn it into energy. And they are dumping all of their gas down below, which is creating a nice wind tunnel that's bullying me. Mystery solved. There we go. Okay. Come on now. Fight the bullying. Don't let the bullies win. Alright, so there's that. We've even got it wired up. I think we can save. Just turn this on. It should start churning away. Okay, so now we have 2 of these guys running. That should help. And let's maybe grab another... Oh, that one's already down to 50%. Interesting. We processed quite a bit of water here. But that will improve the throughput here. So our pipe here, this is our choke point right now. This is where we're overpressuring and stopping production. This guy is at 15 megapascals. It slows down. We could change that too. That's just a hard-coded value in here. Maybe we do like 20 or 30. The only thing I'm concerned about is we don't want to get condensation going to burst the pipes. Then again, this is coming out at what temperature? 18 billion degrees. Let's take a look at water. What does water condense at? Water won't turn to liquid before 300 degrees. So we're going to be like 1,000 degrees above any chance of condensation ever happening in this pipe. It's impossible. With that in mind, we can change the logic here. And this will improve everything. I will import the code we've got running this guy. We've just got a constant here for maximum pressure, 1500. Instead of doing 1500, let's do a lot. The more the better. Maybe even something as great as like 40,000 would be a ton, or 39 is before it starts singing. We can go up to 60 before it breaks. But let's just more than double the amount of pressure that this guy is going to output, because it's not going to cause any trouble. Shouldn't see any condensation or breaking. It says condensation in the pipes, but it's a fucking liar. What is condensing? Is it the pollution that's condensing? It's not a fucking liar. Okay. Noises. That actually is a little bit of a problem. This is going to cause condensation of polluted liquid. I'm going to save before that happens even. So the steam is never going to condense. The steam is always going to be 1,000 degrees hotter than is required for the absolute hottest condensation that it's going to be doing. However, the polluted liquid, there's a little bit of just straight up pollution in here. If we take a look, the pollution, is that going to condense? Oh, that might not either, actually. Let's take a look. When do you condense? You don't condense until 150. Okay, so that shouldn't condense either. Why is there condensation, it says? There's a teeny bit of water somehow that's evaporating. I'm gonna leave it. I think we're good. I was worried the polluted liquid's gonna condense. That's how our whole cooling system runs, is we condense the polluted liquid and then evaporate it repeatedly in different chambers to cool it off. But in this case, again, it's gonna be too hot. So that shouldn't happen. I think this should be fine. But I was thinking we could make a pipe going down and then a liquid drain to drain any liquid. Right now it would be just draining a teeny bit of water. I don't know. I think this thing is producing some water in addition to the steam. So the water's immediately evaporating, but it's still saying condensation because there's like 0.05% water or whatever. Anyway, that should help. We're increasing the output here. We'll increase the pressure here. We have 2 of these guys running now, so twice the throughput, and they already have a big pressure differential. That's going down now, which is good to see. Okay, and we can even add more like H2 combustors if we need. I'm just trying to get more water going. The cooling system's working nicely now. We have our, we're just gonna have a collection of nighttime air that we keep at a really high pressure, about 5 to 10 megapascals, and then we just fluctuate. You can see we're pulling in air, and we're also letting out air at the same time. So it will, if it gets warm, it'll let some air go. It will never go below a certain threshold, and then it'll try and reach a target pressure. So it's just like bringing in fresh air, dumping out old air, keeping the temperature down. And this is like our heat sink for our water line. That goes into all of these heat exchangers, which cools the water down all the way to 158. And then that goes into a condensation room, where we have a condensation machine that is condensing the steam into water, putting that into our pipes, dumping the heat, the waste heat into here, into that same night air. And then finally, last step, that gets cooled off with these heat exchangers into our super cold liquid pollutant system, which is keeping a line of nitrogen down at -40 or so. Alright, so that's all good. Basically, we just need more. We need more. We've got really hardcore cooling that is not being utilized very much. We have the ability to produce much more water. It's just like, what's choking here? So the small changes we just made, adding this guy, improving the output on this one, that should be good. And then also, I want more fuel, I was saying. I just want to grow more plants. If we grow more plants, they'll produce more oxygen, which gets combined in the mixer. Got some mixer logic to make more fuel. This is just a mix of oxygen and volatiles, and then we'll be good to go. So it's a water positive process. The plants should only be making more water. And the last time I tried to use them, I overdid it, and we ran out of water immediately. Another thing, we're not getting a lot of time out there. We're just hanging out outside, walking over stuff for 5 minutes or so, and I'm out of air. It's failing to keep up. Our gas canister, our air tank, is down to 45 megapascals when it's full. We might want to tweak some logic on that, and that goes along with more plants and more water production. We need to, that's where our air comes from for our suit. Alright, that's a lot of words. Let's see. First off, can we vend any water or something? Smelter guy would be good. I want to improve the landing pad too. I don't know if we can do an oxygenated room yet. That's not too hard to do, but we just need more air, which we don't have a lot of right now. But it'd be fun to get the bigger landing pad all set up. Maybe a bigger satellite dish on the ceiling. We can't really use any of these. Change the angle. Let's see what else we got. Any questions? Does that all make sense? Who's confused? Out yourself. Confess. So this is these. We've got a horizontal and a vertical dial to control our satellite dish on the roof. You just point it in different directions and see what's available. It's kind of RNG and what's going to be out there. So we'll keep an eye out looking for some sort of vendors. Want to buy some water would be good. And how is the water? We were at 260 liters and we were just like hovering. Last time I checked, we're up to 270 liters. That's progress. And we're looking to fill this room up to either 65 or 70 kilopascals. It should start relieving pressure. When it overpressurizes, it will filter some oxygen out into that whole system. leaving the carbon dioxide and nitrogen in the room. And then as the plants convert the carbon dioxide to oxygen, it's going to maintain that minimum threshold of 65. You see it just went up to 65.2. The gas sensor dipped below 65, so it gave a puff of carbon dioxide. Alright, I think I'm going to crank it. Let's crank some plants. We're turning the plants up. Got a lot of space here ready to go. Let's multiply some plants. These are just ferns. They're the best for air production, for producing oxygen. So they are what we are using here. And then we've got like 4 potatoes planted, which is enough to feed the astronaut. That's infinite food, so I'll never die. But those aren't as good for generating air, and we're just looking for a big air factory. So what do I want to do today? I want to see infinite fuel. I want to see infinite water. I want to give us room to start growing more plants, start growing like chocolate bars, maybe automate some food production. It would be nice if there was just a chocolate machine. I could walk up and vend myself chocolate bars. Have all of that completely automated. I might want to play with the production a little bit. I haven't played with automating the, what do you call them, like the electric printers or the auto lathe, any of the printing devices. And I know that's something that we can like fully do. So that could be fun to take a swing at. That might not be so bad. That might be like spend an hour programming and then never have to manage those again. Or it might be super challenging. I don't know. It's going to be a chance to learn. I feel like I've written most of the programs that I've written so far in this save. I've like written in the past. That would be something new and interesting that I've not played with. So that could be fun. And also could fail. Might not go great. We'll see. Those are things to do. Getting more deep mining going, I think, is important too. I should set up a couple of outposts. I know just in our immediate surroundings, I saw that there are a few useful things. I cheated a little. I was looking at Reddit, and I saw they got an online map that just shows you stuff here. So I know there's good resources around us. Particularly, I want to get, like, if we could get copper and iron going. Those are some very high demand resources. It'd be great to have those automated. Stop having to farm them all the time. But a couple more deep miners. We could just plug that straight into our existing centrifuge system. And then have them all have like infinite supplies, more or less. So that's a great goal and would be a good time saver. Things to do, things to do. You can just wing it. At this point, we're doing good. There's like no real threats to us, more or less. Maybe running out of water, especially now as I'm doubling the amount of stress on the system. But I think these are quickly going to produce a lot more water than they're taking. That's why I'm putting them down. I want to see it turn on more. Cranking the oxygen production up. Turning it to 11. This is the second time I've planted all these. I filled this whole thing in, and then I flew through like 500 liters of water in like 2 hours, and everything died. It wasn't a good move. He's being a good boy. He's napping in his corner. And not biting me in my toes. He doesn't get breakfast for like 4 hours. It's pretty much forever in cat time. Alright, are those all filled in? All good? Good enough? Pew! Goodbye forever. Alright. We are out of gold and nickel. Gold is processing below. The machine will unload 1,000 of it soon enough. So gold is coming. We need nickel. I remember I was making some alloy for something. And we needed nickel and some gold. Let's do a little farming real quick. Where are my tools? Tools go here. Oh, and I wanted to play with the settings, I think. Let's take a quick look at the programming logic. We should be prioritizing filling our suit. Our suit's emptying to the point where it's becoming obnoxious. It's only like 20% full of air right now, because I've been prioritizing getting the the fuel production going. So let's just take a quick look. What's the programming look like here? I grab our chip, we import, we edit. What's your min oxy pressure? Min supply pressure at 500. It starts taking some air. Okay, so this one's 500. That's a reasonable number. Let's look at the fuel mixer. If I remember right, this one's way lower. So this one is prioritizing running first, and then we're not getting any air into our suit. That's what's going on there. Let's see, you are gonna turn this off, turn this off. This is our fuel mixer. It grabs oxygen and pushes it into the fuel container, and then it also makes sure we maintain a min volatile ratio of 0.6666. Hail Satan, and that achieves the 2 to 1 ratio of volatiles to oxygen, which is what fuel is. Anyway, this is turning on at 50. So if we even like match the 500, then it'll at least fill into both at the same time in theory. So that turns off, which we would expect. And then how much work do we have to do here before that's gonna turn on? You are at about 100 kilopascals, so it's gonna need the air. Plants are gonna need to breathe air for a little while to get this going. Okay. So give that time, and we should have fuel moving the right way, or air moving the right way for our suit. I'm gonna save before we head out. Let's go zoom in. Maybe I'm gonna keep this guy as well. This is not just the tracker to find home, but it will also show us what's going on here. What's the composition of stuff? I wanted nickel, maybe a little bit of gold. I think we needed a couple hundred gold. Let's see if we can find... I'm looking for... I remember one was like copper and iron, which are super high demand resources. It'd be great to get a little outpost set up there with its own power generation. We can reuse the Stirling engine system for power generation. I want to see that work on an outpost. That'd be fun. And then I think we can just run chutes would be best. Instead of having to manually move ore, we'll just do the painful eye-roll chore of moving chutes like a kilometer. It's obnoxious, but it's like infinite passive revenue with zero work, which is definitely ideal. So those are things to do. We needed just a little bit of gold. Let's get like 400 or so. And then nickel. It's completely out of nickel. Probably should just fill up bags while we're out. It's almost always worth doing. This is a good playlist. Like these pianos. Thank you, viewer. I forget which one of you viewers suggested it, but it's a great suggestion, and I should remember names, but I cannot remember yesterday. So the names from yesterday are gone. Alright, that's good on coal. Did I say coal? That's good on gold. I'm not sure about coal. I think coal's fine. I want nickel, and I want to see where do we get interesting ore composition. Just gonna clear out some iron here, make a little bit of room, and swap out the bag. Onto the second mining bag. Give me that nickel. Do I even need cobalt? Maybe. This reminds me of studying in college in Rady, Corvallis, Oregon. Love that place. One of my favorite places in the world. I miss college. College is fun. I want to go back to college. But it's probably not a great use of my time. Alright, what do we got over here? Is there anything interesting? I'm just zooming around looking for something other than gold, silver. We already got that going at home. We can just throw down another deep miner if we want. Usually around major features, it's like a different biome. So maybe as we're getting to this big mountain, or these lava beds. Anything? Nothing? Nothing to see? Just some beautiful lava. Here's silver, just one silver, so no processing required, I think. I'm not sure how that works, if you have to process this as well, or if you only have to process the mixed ores. Anyway, where do I live? This direction. Let's go home. Not seeing much out here, just some silver. That's not helpful. Storm. No problem. Wow, it's like right in front of us. Can't see it at all. There we go. Alright, we made it home. We can throw in the stuff. Mining belts. These go in for processing. We got auto furnace. Okay. Refill everything. Have a nice sip of water. Delicious. Snooze some ads. Alright, what was all this for? First off, anything interesting here? Meteor munchies. I don't know, is that food or is meteor like ore? We need ore would be nice. Can interrogate this dude. I don't know if we want to bring him in though. Alright, so that all gets sorted and run through the furnaces and we can see the ore coming through. Well, I wonder if we could see a flamethrower. Maybe not at this time of day with the storm. That guy right there is the output for the furnace. And since we cooked a ton of gold, it's got a good chance of overpressurizing and needing to dump into the output, which would be a gigantic flamethrower. I've seen it once before and it was beautiful. When we first set it up, we did a test run of just like a bunch of silver and gold and lead, which combined with the hot volatiles in the atmosphere make big explosion. And it made gigantic fireball, so big that I was worried it was going to cook my base. It's like a 3x3 cube of fire, but no problems. It was beautiful. Okay, so what else can we do? I was thinking something that I've been putting off for a little bit we should do because it only takes a minute. I want to just clean up the wires. This little thing of wires is so gross. Gross and unnecessary. Let's go ahead and swap this out real quick. Where is my nerd goggle chip? There it is. Okay. Use the X-ray vision to see what's going on here. What is going on here? We have our main power line. Yeah? Are you the main power line? I think so. Okay. So let's run this guy through the wall a little cleaner. Okay. Alright. That's a little cleanup. What else? You're the main power line? Where do you even go? You go to here, into batteries, which could probably be better placed over here. Okay. The batteries go there. That's a little cleaner. Oh, my belts came through at the end. What's the stuff that doesn't get sorted into the mall? Anything else just gets dumped out here right in front of the door. that is particularly our mining belts in this case. So we'll pick those back up. Let's see. Progress. So this line needs to be removed. I think we've got, if I look at the X-ray vision, I think we've got a large line already. Basically running through the wall. Like through the ceiling. You can see it up at the top there. We just run it through, like right here, this level. Is that gonna hit a bunch of wires? It's gonna hit the grow house a little bit. I think we can go a little bit higher. I've got an idea. Let's go right up here. And just run it through the ceiling area, more or less. Where's my clippers? Clippers when? Clippers where? It's so easy to lose things. If you don't have room in the inventory when you do the quick storage, they'll just jump into a box. One of these boxes has clippers. Clippers where? Not in any of these. Where did they go? Oh my god. What a mystery. Where did they go? Am I just gonna have to make new clippers? I might get impatient and make new clippers. I'm gonna take one more look. Clippers where? Oh, there they are. They're in my uniform. I should fill that, I think. Let's see. I'm gonna swap out the battery here. I'm gonna put a battery in my uniform. Just so it's not, doesn't fill with stuff. Did you see the Little Bird confirmation? Separately, requests for naval warfare have not gone unnoticed, nor have the calls for certain fan favorite helicopters, platoons, and more. I mean, that might just be them saying, yeah, we know. Yeah, we know you want a Little Bird. Is that them saying we care? Is that them saying Little Bird when? Is what I'm trying to say. They might just be saying, yes, we're aware that the Little Bird is an item. People liked that. Do you remember the times when there was a Little Bird? Good times. That's my theory. I hope they'll add it. I think they would add it. We'll see. That's still not an explicit confirmation. That's all I'm thinking. Alright, big wire. I'm actually interested to hear boats too. I remember boats were fun. Boats in Battlefield 4 were a complete pain. They were so strong, and they were just fine. They were balanced well. It was a fun mechanic. I'd be happy to see those back. The naval warfare was fun. Like a gigantic tank. They were so strong. Alright, so there's that. We now have the main power line runs through the wall, kind of in the wall of the window there, where it's a little hidden. Which means that all of this can be removed without affecting anything other than whatever's pulling from it, which would be this guy and this guy. So it will do nothing except for turn everything off. But this is an easy to fix problem. We just have a little bit that needs an adjustment here. Let's see. Let's take one more look at the power line. Okay, I think we can do right like there would be a good spot. Thank you for letting me know. I hope they do Little Bird. Sounds like they're thinking about it. They're aware that people like Little Birds. Alright, looks good. So So this is the area power controller, which draws from the main line. You can paint that purple. This guy draws from the main line into a smaller line with a battery backup, so that if we ever run out of power, it keeps going. This was our original airlock. Was here. This is also for the small plants that we have set up, which were our original source of oxygen. So we wanted this guy to be beefed up a little bit, make sure it doesn't run out of power. Go ahead and run that down, plug it into the existing line here, and then everything should turn back on. Okay, so that's one problem down. Get rid of these wires. What's going on down here? That can just go. That can go too. Can leave it for now. Alright, what else do we have? We have this line here is the main line for our production. So this one's pretty important too. We might even want to do a power supply again for this guy. I think I'll do... Do we have an area controller? We do. Do an area controller. Let's do the same thing. I want to do an area controller so that if we ever have a flicker in power, which has happened a few times, then it's not going to shut it off. A little bit of battery backup for this line. Open that, turn it on, give it a battery. We had a spare battery, right? Is that just in my, it's in my inventory. Alright, spare battery. I found a good spot for you. Spare battery go here. Make sure that's on, shut it. Then draw the power from here down to our production. And what does that even look like? Let's take a quick look through the walls. Cable where? Cable there. Alright. There's that. Put this guy back. Okay, so we now have the power for this little grow house is now coming from here. And that is powering the grow house and the filtration logic and the water and just some small stuff over here. This guy can get shut off and that should still be running. So this is getting its power from there now. Which means we can remove this one. Okay, and then that should be all of the consumers that were on this flying line, I believe. Alright, getting better. This is disgusting. That should go too. We'll do that in a minute. Let's see, this runs over this way and over that way. Do we have the main power line? The main power line goes over there. That's an important line. This needs to be connected to the grid, or we will have trouble. That's our coolant system. Without that, our cooling turns off and everybody dies. So let's go ahead and make sure that that one is connected as well. It can connect maybe here, seems good. We've got the main line running through the ceiling. We can run it over this direction and then down again. Connect on the other side. Come on now. Are you gonna make me pull the things off the thing? Are you gonna make me do chores? I'll do chores if I have to. But only if it's video games. Don't make me clean my kitchen. Don't make me do it. Oh, I think I might not have even removed the right one there. I think it's the puffy cladding is what's doing it. I hadn't seen that before. Can I reach through puffy cladding? No? Come on. If I go, I'm just gonna go around it for laziness. Okay, that'll work. And it will be hidden nicely in the walls, so that's just fine. Put these back. Okay, getting close. Okay, now that guy's plugged in. Which means this whole line here can be removed all the way to the spot. Better. All right. Okay. Even if we call that good, that's a lot better. What about this fire can go, that's fine. Can leave that, that's okay too. Alright. Let's clean up. Not necessarily perfect, but better. Alright. I approve. Floating fridge is not my favorite. I should at least paint you. What color is less obnoxious? There we go. Now you're sleek. Anything interesting? We got liquids. I want liquids, but I don't think we can buy anything. We have $6 whole. Let's try the liquids. Let's see if we can sell them something. Maybe they want to buy carbon dioxide or volatiles. And we've got those to spare, so we could sell them some stuff. I remember I needed a water filter on my watery dude, and I lost it. And I went through my inventory twice looking for it, and I could not find it. I went through my inventory 3 times looking for it, and I could not find it. Give me the water thing. Need steel for that. We don't have any steel. Alright, let's craft some steel. 1, 2, 3, 2, 2. Okay, so we can only do 1 stack of steel. Let's do it right now just because. That is a 3-to-1 ratio of coal to iron. Turn off the activate switch. Throw in the materials. Wait for them to melt. Maybe get rid of some cold gas. Then we can activate, add some hot gas. That should work. Probably season release? I think so. We'll see. Yeah, I should be playing a lot of Battlefield when it comes out. I'm excited to do that. That'll be Friday. I think the only thing there is my sleep schedule is weird. So I'll be playing at strange times. I'll be playing game. Alright, and how is our water? First off, how's the air? Air is... It looks like it's still chilling at 65. That's good. We can see like the vents turning on, and we can see this guy thinking. I think we're capturing some air. That's nice to see. Is the water going down yet? Water's pretty much hovering with all of the plants going and pretty much no fuel generation. So that's good. No fuel generation, yeah, because no oxygen going through. Have you got a little more air in you yet? We're up to 4,600 now. Good to see. I think the plants might not be doing as well, too, just because they're like, they gotta grow first. They gotta turn into big full-grown plants instead of little bit of baby plants. Alright, what were we doing? We got some steel. Need more of that, but that can wait. We wanted to make whatever this is. I think it was the astroloy. And for that we needed nickel. Went out farming for that. That's going to be 5, 3, 4, 5. Okay, I'm going to check astroloy. This is copper, steel, cobalt. This is not what we needed. What did we need and why? I remember, I think it was yellow ore. Inconel. Gold, nickel, steel with mostly gold. So mostly gold, steel, nickel. Alright, so this is enough for 1, 2, 3, 4 stacks. Should we go for 5? That's right, steel. Yeah. And then 2 gold. A 1, 2. Okay, so that should be enough to fill 1 furnace. We're looking for 23 to 24 at not a hot temperature. So this is temperamental on the pressure is the tricky bit. That shouldn't be a problem. I will save just in case, but this should be easy. We'll turn off the activate switch so nothing goes through. Start cooking some stuff. Just throw it all in. And that should fill the furnace to 1,000. I was thinking too, I think the furnace is not ideal where it's in a vacuum on one side, and then I think its backside is poking out into the tile behind, and I just insulated it by throwing a steel frame over it. I'm pretty sure that's an old feature that no longer works. I think doing the steel frame over the furnace, like the one we've got here or the one we've got on the roof, is actually creating a bunch of thermal transfer. It heats up that steel. So I think I want to swap out what we're doing there. I was thinking we could do reinforced walls and then maybe even increase the pressure in that room a little bit. So instead of a vacuum, it'll have a reinforced room that can handle high temperature and high pressure without blowing out the walls. Otherwise the walls will blow out at like 300 kilopascals. It's not a lot. And then that should be like a buffer that helps preserve temperature and helps prevent it from cooling down so rapidly when we're not using it, or just in general, like if we're trying to reach a high temp, then it's not going to be fighting with dumping air into the, or dumping heat into its surroundings as much. So that's probably worth doing. That's a really cheap and easy thing to do. It's like a 2-minute job. For that we need some fancy walls. That's the reinforced walls. That's gonna make 20 of them. We need 5 above and a little more below. I can make 20. Alright, we've got 1,000 resources in there. The temp is super low. Let's get rid of the cold gas. And then it requires a specific temperature, or pressure is the main thing. Do the activate switch. Add some hot gas. We're probably gonna blow past what we're looking for, but it needs to be like 24-ish. There it is. Okay, so we go too hot, and then we'll turn the output dial up a little bit. Instead of doing the switch, which does like full output, if we just give it like a single notch, you'll see it's just ticking down. And the moment we hit the correct threshold, it should use the activate switch and release the ready to go ingots, like right now-ish. Turn the output off and chill. Alright, what did I even want this for? This was for something. But what? We'll find out someday. How's that? 10, 14? Probably enough, hopefully enough. Got chutes. I feel like chutes should have their own container. We've made so many chutes. Chutes go here. Chutes go here. I don't even know if we need powered chutes. Those are super rare. Get rid of those. Alright, dance. Any vendors? We got the liquid dude. Come on in, liquid dude. Alright, do you buy things? You sell water, that's good. You want to buy gas. You only want to buy 6 gas. That's not much. We could get like $100 off of empty liquid canisters. We could do a cake in a box, but I can't afford a cake in a box. Don't got a cake. We can make a box. Not a cake. How's our centrifuge system going? Have you reached 1,000 yet? Done your pooping? What are you at? You're at 300, 450, like halfway full. How are you doing? You are emptying slowly, I think. That one hasn't turned on. So these 2 centrifuges aren't quite enough to run, or sorry, the 2 deep miners aren't quite enough to run 1 centrifuge. It's all good. Did you just poop? Or are you pulling air in? Alright, let's see. Can I get some reinforced windows? There's 11 sheets. Here we go, fancy sheets. Need a little bit of silicon. It's gonna make way too many. 25? Eh, that's not way too many. I'll take it. Give me a few of these. Alright, so like I was just saying, I want to tweak the furnaces. And it only takes a second. Let's do that. I will save just in case. But I expect no funny business. We should be able to just release this guy from its cage. And cannibalize the frame. And then build it a new cage. I'm gonna build it out of windows so that we can watch. Windows should be good. Theoretically should only like add heat from the sun. I think they're a perfect insulator though. I think the cheap windows allow heat through. Like we may even want to swap out the windows we're using for our base for reinforced ones for more efficiency. But looking at like the cooling center, I didn't see the temperature changing at all when it was idle. If we turned everything off, it was like completely locked in at a temperature. So I don't think it's collecting any thermal energy from the sun. But I could be wrong, and it could be just such a huge buffer that it doesn't move like at all. Alright, let's see. Fill this guy in. Okay, furnace now lives in a beautiful furnace box, which will help hold temperature, in theory. You should be not exchanging as much heat anymore. Why temp go up? Temp go up, pressure go up. Because the air around you is 1,000 degrees. So you're already working. Okay. Mystery solved. Let's see. I think I can do like corners as well. I think corners are a thing that I haven't been doing. Yeah, maybe? No? Come on, what about a corner? What about a nice corner piece? I know corners are a thing, but I must not be using the right item. It's not a wall here. It's something else. Anyway, let's go ahead and paint this. I liked when it was red. Red feels like furnace. Alright. So there's one. Our auto furnace is now visible and better insulated. How about you? Let's break this guy open and do the same. I think I want to break this open. I also want to adjust the fuel, I think. The fuel right now is super low. It's like 10. Let's make it 20 or 30 or something. Let's do at least 20 liters. So fuel goes in faster because it was going in too slow before. Okay. Are you alright? No, you're just in a boring window. We should be safe to pull the window apart. This is in its own little isolated box room. Save just in case, but there it goes. Okay. Consume the old things. Remove the old things. Add some new things. Do I want this wall here? Yes. That will do. That might even be better. Alright, so we throw a wall here. Then I can finish that one right now. Plastic. Plastic. Fancy sheets. Maybe even a little bit of paint. Okay. And I'm not going to have enough of the reinforced things. We do this. Make sure that we've got it completely encased in reinforced walls. I think it pokes out the back just a little bit. I didn't put this in quite the right spot. Could be like one tile forward and only be better, I think. That's alright. We'll give it a little bit bigger of encasing. I need more of the reinforced walls. Reinforced walls. What do I need? Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or so? That should do. How about traders? Void visions, I think, is water. And I think that's not anything you can get money from, but maybe we can sell them volatiles or CO2. Okay, there is that. I feel like we're never going to use these. I'm going to throw them inside. These are very rare that we do reinforced walls. Okay, there's that. And before I fill this in, we may want to wait for daytime. In the daytime, it's going to bring the pressure way up. I think we're in the season where it's getting like over 1,000 degrees. Do I care? I don't think I care, actually. It doesn't matter. I was thinking it would be more air, but I don't think that's true. The pressure will go up, but it's still like we're in the same... It's the same amount of air in this atmosphere outside. So if we box it in now, it's going to be lower pressure at lower temperature, but once it hits 1,000 degrees, it should match the exact amount of pressure we would have if we caught the daytime air when it was hot. So it shouldn't matter. Okay, so there's a nice reinforced square here. I think I got all those walls. Hope I got this one. Pretty sure. Can paint them as well if I want to. And I don't know how much this matters. We'll see. I feel like I've not insulated a furnace correctly before. In the past, they always just bleed heat. But let's see what happens with that. Let's see if it makes it any better. Alright, you are a garbage man who vendors garbage, but do you buy things? You buy oxygen, you can almost do. Air tank. Hard suit package. This is good, but it's a lot of clicking. I don't want to click that much. He doesn't have much. These we could do as well, but it's not worth much. This guy's not worth our time. To the abyss. Off we go. What else? I've got this water filter for our water system. Could take a look to see if the pressures have been adjusting at all. How are we doing with our new programming? Is this should be pushing all the way up to like 30 megapascals, and it's down to 12. So this guy is slowing down, and it looks like it's going through the fuel a little faster now. Okay, that's good. So this isn't a choke point anymore, is what I'm thinking. These two are keeping up, and that might just be because we're running low on fuel. But I would think that adding more filtration would help. What's the pressure look like over here? 5 megapascals on this side. So lots of steam in the steam tank. And then it goes through this dude. What's the pressure on the other side? 400. Okay. So it looks like perhaps now the Stirling engine is maybe where we're choking a bit. We might need another Stirling engine here as well. This is getting a little gross. We could throw down a Stirling engine. Like right here? Oh no, that's ugly. Fuck. This was not built to scale. This is cluttered. But yeah, it looks like this guy's the choke point right now. This can only run at night, and this is a good one. This captures some energy back, but more importantly, it just drops the steam from 1900 to 1600. That's like 300 Celsius, which is converted into energy. So like, yeah, that's great. A couple more of these is probably a good idea. But it looks like this dude is running. Could use a little help perhaps. And then these pipes are pretty low, so our cooling system in general is emptying relatively fast. It's coming out at 175 in the other end. We got a little more heat than we used to. And our coolant is a little warmer as well, since we're adding more to the system. But that's all good to see. I'm sure that all translates to more water on this end, and we can see the water has gone up. Even with all the added plants in the greenhouse, water's now going up. So we could add another Stirling engine. We could add more cooling. A couple more of these fans would immediately add more cooling. That's the thing to do. We can also pretty much do nothing right now. Given time, I think if water's going up by 10 or 20 liters a day, that's already pretty good. We could easily afford to grow more stuff. But that's all looking good. It's looking like it'd be easy to adjust if we need to scale more. It's working much better. And just overall, our production is way up from what it's been in the past. There was I don't know, 20 or 30 hours of playtime where we were just totally treading water. Like, the water was not moving at all. It would go up and down by like 2 liters every hour or two. So much better to be where we are at now, with a lot more plants generating a lot more air and hitting the thresholds where that air is getting pumped into our systems here. Okay, I think that's good. This is progress. Let's see. What do I want to do? What do I want to do? Water's good. We cleaned up a little bit. We got did a little bit of farming for some Inconel, which I don't even know why. But we can figure that out someday. Could do another Stirling engine. It's probably not a bad idea. For that, we're going to want a canister. Stirling engine is an electronic component. Let's get one of these. Needs a copper. Okay. You get painted. Volatile color. You need to be filled with the exact right amount of volatiles. Just 2,300. That is 60 moles. And that is what the Stirling engine uses to run at maximum efficiency. So we'll grab that. Trying to remember, why did I make the ink canal? It's for something. What do we need? We could go for rocket ships pretty quick here. We could start playing with that mechanic. Might need a little more time for our fuel to fill in more though. Larry's would be fun. Telescope. What is this? I can make a telescope? What does a telescope do? I mean, I assume it looks at stars. Is that for the rocket ship, or is that for looking at vendors? I've always wanted to be able to see where are the vendors, and then be able to control the satellite more effectively. Just looking through this for anything we might want to do. There's a music machine. What the? I've already got music. I got some beautiful sad piano in my ears. Large satellite dish would be good. Maybe this is why. I feel like it would be good to get more ore generation, to spend less time mining and to have the mall fill itself up faster. I'm tempted to take a swing at least doing some basic automation for the printers as well. I was thinking we want to at least have, it would be nice, even like right now, it would be nice if I could just have like a dial that I switch. Maybe up here we could do like a dial from like 0 to 5 or something. 0 to 4. Where we could have, like, 1 is the auto lathe, 2 is the electric printer, 3 is the pipe vendor, 4 is the furnace, 5 is just poop it on the floor. And then we could just, like, switch a dial for where do you want stuff to go. Click the buttons. And then that would be nice, too, for programming eventually. We could tweak the logic there. So instead of manually doing stuff, we could programmatically contact that IC housing and say, hey, distribute stuff. And it would move the dial and then poop some stuff. So I think we could do, like, baby steps that are immediately useful, is what I'm thinking there. Alright, give me chutes forever. We always need chutes forever. What's it? Oh! The fuck are you? Big telescope. Alright. Gonna find out what that's all about in a second here. First, let's get the Stirling engine down. Stirling engine, go. Ooh, where do you go? This is gonna be nasty. This is gonna be some grossness. Oh yeah, I hate it. Oh yeah. Oh, that's gross. One day we should just box all of this in and hide it. Call it a back end. Can I put that in backwards? Yeah, maybe. Is that input? Input, output? Do I want to flip these? I think I want to flip these. I don't like this being backwards. Whoops. What do you take? Grinder, probably? Hand drill? Wrench. Headset died, sorry. What's the battery on it? Like 2%? Could have something to do with why it died. Alright, you go this way. And then I want to move it back a little bit. You can pull the cable back a little bit. Okay. Where do you live? Here. Sure. Yeah, we good? I think we're good. Okay. Let's see. So you get power, go here. You get power, go here. This is the automation line. And then you get big power, go here. This should be yellow. Yellow for not being like the main power line. This is like an input power line. This goes into a transformer and then up to feed into the batteries and everything, which then supplies the main input line. Alright, let's do some janky wires. Oh yeah. Getting ugly. That's a nice clusterfuck you got going there. Thank you. Thank you, self. I'm gonna finish crafting this guy and plug it into some pipes, and then gotta run ads. Ads are popping up. Sorry about that. You are blue. Dab a dee, dab a die. You are also blue, dab a dee, dab a die. Alright, that's the input for the Stirling engine, which is connected to the same input we have on the other side. That goes into an output here, which will again connect to the same output that we have on the other side. It's got plenty of buffers and stuff. I think the only thing we have to look for here is, are you programmed correctly? I would hope so. Let's take a look. Do you have a Stirling engine? A gas sensor? You have Stirling engine. Okay. Alright, so this guy is not programmed correctly. Let's throw this in, let's import, let's edit. It has the Stirling engine as an input, which is almost correct. We don't want to be controlling it via an input like this. Now we have multiple ones on the circuit. This is a perfect case for a hash. So let's define a hash and use that instead. We will define Stirling engine is the hash of a Stirling engine, which is U. Copy to clipboard, put it in here, there we go. And now instead of having this guy as an input, we will say set batch for all Stirling engines on the line. Get turned on when Stirling engines should have been turned on before. So that is a very small tweak, which will now control both of the Stirling engines at once. They're both going to get turned on in the night, and they are both going to cool off the steam and just help the system run more efficiently while also generating a little bit of power. So that's good to have. We'll see what that does for throughput. We are at 5 megapascals of pressure on one side. We'll see how it does tomorrow. Ooh, and this is nice to see too. This is like totally, this network is getting sucked to vacuum. So that steam's all going through. 5 megapascals there, 10 megapascals there. Good. Things are looking better. Let's see what that does for throughput. Alright, how about whatever this satellite dish is? What are you, dude? I've never built one of these. What does this thing even do? I'm guessing it looks at the stars. But this is just a theory. Let's see. Let's try and extend the... Let's extend this way, maybe. Let's just get trapped. Because the jetpacks won't let me jetpack. There we go. Alright, I'm going to add some floor. No. Come on, come on. Oh. Ceiling too high. No. Am I out of sheets? Oh my god, I'm out of sheets. Amazing. We had so many sheets. How you doing? You chilling? You guys filling the 90% every day like you're supposed to? Looks like it. Let me just double check now that it's night. Are the Stirling engines turning on correctly? We did change the code on them. I want to see it work or else it's not. Do I see you two running? I see you running. I see you running. Should see the throughput increasing. That guy is dropping. Great. Great, great, great. Sheets. Sheets. That's gonna make 300 sheets. I bet I can make 300 sheets disappear. Just do a little cleanup here. It's a little nicer. It's a nice clean floor. The nice scrubber. Do I even need this air scrubber at all? I think that the air is good. Basically, the only thing we'll ever get in here is pollutants from when we run the spray paint. That releases pollutants. Should never be any volatiles. But I think the plants actually eat the pollutants. I'm pretty sure that they're taking that out of the air and purifying it for us, which is nice and convenient. So I don't think we need that scrubber anymore. I might feed you to the sea of lava. That kind of sounds fun. This guy got rid of a little bit of volatiles and pollutants that we had floating around in the early game. I think mostly from emptying our exhaust waste into the air around us, since that was carbon dioxide and oxygen, which we did not want to lose either of in the early game.
Oxygen critical.
Alright, I grabbed stuff. Where did the stuff go? Did I not grab stuff? I did not grab stuff. Give me the stuff. I feel like I grabbed stuff. It would be less than 9. More than 9. Oh, I see some. There they went. Okay. Alright, what is a telescope? What do you do? I suppose I could just read, too. That's probably not a bad idea. Telescope. What are you? Can be oriented to observe celestial bodies. I think this is just for, like, tracking rockets. Interesting. Is this even something that is, like, is this like an upcoming mechanic in the game? Does this even do anything? Maybe. Maybe not. Whoa. Scott. Twisties. Whoa, dude. Unpowered. Yep. Correct. Correct. Should I give you some power? How much power do you use? 10 watts. Nothing. Okay. Let's give you your own small transformer. Alright, halfway there. Some power. This should be red. This is the main power line, not the input power line. Turn that on, give it some power. Alright, show me. What do you do? Whoa. Nothing is being observed. I see. What about that one? Can I rotate you? Point at that one. And let's take a look. What does this show us? We will pull out the configuration. It'll tell us all of the various properties. Got the horizontal, got the vertical. Celestial hash, none. So points at stars. True anomaly. Did they spell anomaly wrong? Interesting. Too far. That feels like it's pointed correctly. Nothing is being observed. Come on, you don't see anything? Alright, I have no idea. I don't know what you are. You're cool. You have neat animations. It'd be fun if that was a cannon and I could use it to shoot me across the world. I'm gonna turn that off. I don't know what this thing does. We're learning, but we learned nothing. So we're not learning, I guess. But we're trying to learn. We're exposing ourselves to things that may learn to leading. Maybe something will be useful someday. Alright, let's see. What else do we want to do? How about expanding this? That's been a long time coming. I think we need like a 9x9 for the landing pad. And then we want like a 15 or 20 long runway, which only needs to be 1 tile wide. So just like a straight line. That's not so bad. What does that look like? Let's start working on that. This is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. This is a big room. So I added 4, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. So we do 4 in the other direction too. 2, 3, 4. And we'll make a big square. there's some space. Where were we? We are out of the frames. Got a few of these. Gotta make sure this is totally filled in. This is gonna... this is the floor, obviously, but we're gonna make this an oxygenated room eventually. So if we miss even like one of these, then it's gonna just puff all the air out through the hole, and then probably be a giant flamethrower, which is fun. But let's not do that, maybe. Alright, making some steel frames. Do we have any steel frames to spare? Anything in the wall? Nope. Anything in the vendors? I don't think so. I think this guy's mediocre, but let's see if he's got anything for us. Particularly money. We need money right now. We need to sell ore. Or even better, selling the processed ingots. Those are usually higher value for 0 extra work now that that's automatic. Alright, what do you got, guy? You sell food. Not particularly interested. You want gas. Goodbye. Headset's dying. Okay. Got a nice big floorboard there. Need a couple more. That's not too bad. I just want to do a quick check underneath. These all welded in? Nope, that's why we're checking. That would have been a problem. Okay. I think everything else is good. Alright, now we need more steel for that. We were out of iron, I remember. Let me fill up on material. Or, fill up the suit, I mean. And then we'll go get some material.
Oxygen critical.
Just need plain iron mostly, I think. Resume. want copper. We just used a bunch. Just had to farm some and use it. Might as well grab some while it's here. Mostly iron. Iron, iron, iron. Alright, that seems good. I need more belts. Fill the belts so fast. Oh, now we can see the furnacing too. Look, it's doing things. It's like it's crossbars in the perfect spot to block like the only thing I want to see. There it is. Look, it's doing it. It did the thing. Nice. It's doing it. It's too cold. So it dumps the cold gas in stage 3. And then at 1 megapascal it adds the hot gas. And then it finishes. And has enough heat now to cruise for a while. We'll see what that insulation does for temperature. Alright, iron's cooking. Alright, I want to make coal. Nope, I want to make steel. That looks better. The temperature there is not moving at all. It's like totally locked down. Hi, kitty. Who's a good boy? That means that the insulation is working better. Normally, whenever I come back, it's down to like 200. It's even heating up. Ooh, amazing. Oh, and I forgot, we can pull this off now if we want to. Maybe we can't, actually. That might have been a mistake. It was debatably a bad decision. I pulled the wrong thing. Fuck. That would have been a good time to save scum. How much did we lose? Where am I? It saves like every 2 minutes, so hopefully we didn't lose anything. We were out farming. We were on our way back. We were on our way back. Okay. We lost very little. We are safe to remove one of those sheets, but not the second one. Let's try that again, but better. Alright, that all goes through. Done with the suit. Fill up the jetpack. Try this again and save. We got this glass sheet on the outside can go. And then you gotta get right in the edge there. That's what I'm looking for. There it is. We did it. We did it with less fire. It's kind of gross looking, isn't it? That was kind of hiding cables for us, wasn't it? I'm tempted to swap it out with the... We could put a reinforced one right here. Reinforced window. Thinking about it. Making noises. Sounds like a race car. Race car noises. Gonna leave it. Now we can paint this too. You get to be purple. Unless you don't. Come on, be purple. Can I not paint you? I can paint you, and I can paint you, but I can't paint you. Dice, please. You're killing me, dice. Alright, let's make some steel. Steel is 3 parts iron, 1 part coal. 1, 2, 3, 2, 2, 3. That's 2. I think if we just give it a second to process, it's pooping out more. It's just got to process everything. But let's throw this in right away. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That is the steel ratio. 1, 2. Come on, 3, 1. Temp slow. Get rid of the cold air. Add some hot air. I think we're good to just run the activate switch too. Maybe not. We'll see. Should go through at 600, I think. There it is. We get a little more. 1, 2, 3, 1. Alright, and all of this was to make frames. Frames. Need a bunch of frames, and we need a bunch of landing pads. I think I've got some. 10, 20, 30-ish. I think we need more than that. Give me some more landing pads. Landing pad. We need runway. Do I have any runways? No. Give me some runways. Forget if we need a 15 or like 20 runway. something like that. But give me a runway. How's our water supply looking? Should be going up. Water's going up fast. We're up to 300 liters. Okay, that's great to see. And the air supply is 40, still just hanging out at like 4.5 megapascals. That should fill with time. Hello, kitty. Who's a good boy? Kitty's a good boy.
Oxygen critical.
Alright, so that's the basic footprint. That's going to be the 9x9. And then right in the center we need a runway. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Fifth is the center. You want to go for 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Big runway. I like that fireball. I think I might bust a wall out of my base and just watch everything burn. It's always fun to do. I feel like there's a mechanic where you can get in the spaceship and fly to another planet. So like when we're done with this one, if it feels like we've done enough, then we can fly away to maybe Europa would be fun. Go to the opposite. This is the super spicy hot planet. Europa is the super cold planet, which is just like a whole different set of problems. I think it's a little easier just because you have access to like ice in particular. You can use the ice to get oxygen and volatiles and even water. And that makes life way, way easier. Definitely one of the biggest challenges on this planet is producing your own oxygen and water without overheating and causing everything to burn. But anyway, it'd be fun to get the rocket ready, and then right before we leave, just pull one of the walls out and turn our base into a giant flamethrower, and then fly away, let it burn. That would feel appropriate. Alright, there we go. We got a big footprint here. This should be all we need to bring in the biggest traders. The only thing this is missing, which is a big missing piece, probably not going to tackle for a little bit, is that we need to get this all encased inside of a building with some like bunker doors so that the room can be pumped to vacuum, filled with like breathable air, connected to our main hab so that it gets air conditioning and everything. And then have like an oxygenated room that we can have the vendors land in. That's a requirement for a bunch of them. That also would help keep our gases insulated, which is nice to have. So that's a thing to do. But probably not today. Today I just want to get the footprint set up so we can bring in the biggest vendors and maybe throw down the bigger satellite dish. We have infinite power now, more or less. We could have a big satellite dish to use that power and contact all of the various vendors. The medium satellite dish just like can't. This I think the biggest we could bring in is like 5x5. I don't think we can contact a 6x6, even if we get the angle like 100% perfect. It's still just not going to be enough power. And the big satellite dish, I think it does something like 45 kilowatts of draw if you turn it all the way up. So that is that's an insane amount of power. It's not only drawing a lot from our system, but it should contact any vendors like instantly. Okay, so we pull this apart completely. We look for the very middle. That's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4 here. 1, 2, 3, 4 here. There we go. And is it this way? I think comes in this way. Okay. So here's our middle. Get some diagonals.
Hydration critical.
You're good, dude. We got so much water now. Can drink water forever. Alright, these go straight out. How we doing? Got a bunch of them ready to go. This goes straight out as well. Okay. I think that's all the angled ones. Everything else is just empty filler squares. Oh, sorry, I got ads coming. Filling this in. Then we just weld it to complete it. Alright, what do we need? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 20-ish. Give me 20-ish landing pads. Landing pad basic. 20-ish. It's gonna be, this is what, 10-ish? That is 20-ish. Okay.
Oxygen critical.
Oh, it's a landing pad. Okay. Let's see. What even is a landing pad? We got taxi straights. This is going to be all the middle parts. Threshold. This is the very front, I think. There's waypoints you can use. Holds. Okay, so I think we go straight in.
Hunger caution.
And then the threshold at the very end. Pretty sure. Alright, and that needs 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more. Progress. Getting close. You done? You are. We need a runway. Need 6 of these. Ten is good. I need more sheets already. We already destroyed all the sheets. They went away so fast. Give me more sheets. I made like 300 sheets and they're all gone. Give me a couple hundred more. We needed 6 more. This is 5. Let's get the exact 6. Should be okay.
Oxygen critical.
Alright, you go there. Straight for everything else. 1 short here. 1 short here. Come on, 1 short. Alright. Got 3 more here. Need 1 more runway. Almost done. Runway. 1 more runway. Then landing pad. 3 more of these. I think this is exactly the right number. A few sheets. We can see if that works. Ah, there it is. They did have the right amount. No problem. I was just thinking, I don't think I've ever brought in a trader this big. That's a massive ship. I wonder if they fill up the whole landing pad. That'd be pretty crazy. Alright, the last piece. A taxi straight. And I think we're done. You look like you're powered. It might need a plug here. No, I think it's good. I think it's already got power and it's connected and it's on. So now we have the largest landing pad possible. All set up and ready to go. Don't need that. Send it to space. So now we can bring in anyone in theory. Without a large satellite dish, we can't. And then the other thing we need is a large room around this that we can pump with oxygen. I think that one's going to take a little more time. We need to wait for more oxygen generation. We need to have a little more atmosphere, and I don't want to start pulling from that too much. I don't want to take all the air it takes to fill up that big of a chamber out of our hab, because right now that's filling into water, getting the water filled in. Also, even like oxygen, our suit's really low in a bad way. What are you at now? Yeah, it's not even filling really. It hasn't changed. That's okay. Oh yeah, because it needs to fill in, it needs to collect a lot of oxygen before the main container gets big enough. that it'll start generating more fuel or more air into our tank here. Anyway, that's all good. Things are moving in the right direction. Let's see. So can I take a stab? We need a large dish is one thing. And then let's try and bring in a trader and make sure that it's working. Incanel, Waspaloy, and Astrology. Maybe that's why I made the Incanel. There we go. Waspaloy. Is that everything? Looks good. Give me one of those. Air is still looking good. Still just holding at 45 kilopascals, and CO2 at 65. That's perfect. Still breathable. Still plenty insulated for not causing fires, except for when we break into our furnace and cause fires. How are you doing? Are you holding a better temperature? Looks like it's not moving anymore. It's even like heated up in there. Get rid of some cold gas. Take from the hot tank, which has tons and tons and tons of very hot fuel. Oh, that's so good. That's hot enough to do everything. That's crazy. We like don't even have to add any fuel. Love it. But yeah, let's add that, and then it's going to heat up its surroundings. The air will heat up to, we'll see. It'll match that temperature eventually. Or so the theory goes. Plants look beautiful. Water is up to 317. All good to see. Alright. Can I bring this guy in? Let's try our landing pad out. What's this guy sell? I want to just remove this. This is gross. I don't know if we're ever going to use a bottle filler again. Suppose I can store it, but probably should just chuck it into the abyss. No bottle filler. What about what do our nerd goggles say? What do our nerd goggles say about the piping here? How's that work? Okay, so this one's an easy one to fix. Well, let's see. It's a little bit cluttered. Tempted to run it through the wall. So it's not hanging out in the sky. That is gross. Alright, well at the very least, even if we just do like this. That's immediately cleaner. Baby steps. Don't have to make it perfect. And then this can go completely. Double check that that didn't break something. Nope. Clean up. Looking better. There's almost like no sign of the original room that we started with. I like that. I want to clean it up completely and probably get rid of basically all of these. Don't need any of these. It should be automated in the habitat, or in the, what do you call it? Greenhouse. Someday soon. Alright, big satellite dish. Big satellite dish is big. Let's go throw it down and see what happens. Also, let's bring in this guy now. Come on in for a landing. Let's see what that looks like. Alright, you are another garbage vendor. You don't sell anything. You're like super uninteresting. What do you want to buy? 4 water. Tempting, but 4 is low. Wants to buy gold and silver, 100 of each. That's free money. That's quite literally free with the auto generation. 100, 100. Yeah, yeah, hua, hurrah. Where'd that gold go? There it is. Okay, that's probably fine. I think that's enough. I don't think we want to buy water or sell water to him or buy anything from him, so we'll let him go. Mostly just want to see landing pads still working. Bring in the bigger dude, and then he goes and zoops away. Cool. Alright, large dish. Should be over here. I feel like I should pull this guy apart, maybe. Just put the large dish, like, right there. This is supposed to be the dish area. No more medium dish. Going for upgrades. I was thinking too, I think there's a mod we can get that will improve the speed of the large dish. I feel like that's the only drawback of the large dish, is that it is incredibly slow for no good reason. Just like takes a wild amount of time to move. I don't know if there's like maybe there is some good reason I don't know about, but it just feels kind of silly. Just like waiting for a dish to move. And without even having the ability to like see where I'm trying to point it to. That's the biggest thing. If I could like put on nerd goggles that showed me the direction of the vendors and then deliberately try and align the dish to it, I think that would be a nice feature. But having to just kind of aim and see, does this make it better or worse, is a pretty slow, painful process. And when the dish barely moves, it's a particularly painful process. Anyway, might want to get that mod someday. For now, I'm just going to pull this apart and throw it into the ocean of lava. Make an upgrade. What did you need, a drill? Kobe. That's not gonna make it. Alright, good luck. Good luck to that guy. Let's pull the power down here. Get this out of the way. Got that new circuit doing nothing. That's okay. Big dish. Oh yeah. Big dish. Big dish is big. Big dish go here. I think this one is automation. This one is power. Okay. Is that heavy cable coil? Oh my. What a project. What else do you need? It's a lot of stuff in a big dish. Okay, so here's our big dish. Very nice. Let's see. The power can go all the way up to 50 kilowatts. That's insane. The lowest is 2,000. What's up, kitty? Watch out, dude. Don't step on the keyboard. It'll cause trouble. Let's see. So I think we're going to need to adjust the programming on this very slightly. And then we're going to need to wire it in. Let's take a quick look. So here is our programming for our dish. It is angry because it no longer has a dish. Let's turn it off. What are you missing? Power switch, vert dial, horror dial, power dish, medium dish. Okay, so this is supposed to be our large dish. There it is, large satellite dish. And we'll grab this and play with the programming on it. Import, edit. What's going on? What's the code do? The code for this guy is basically toggling, turning it on and off, and controlling the vertical, the horizontal, and the power. So let's see. Let's take a look. Power goes... What is this? It goes from 0 to 10, which is going to be 0 to 10,000 currently, which we do not want to do. We want to do 0 to 50,000. So maybe instead of multiplying by 10, we multiply by 5,000. Every tick will be turning it up 5 kilowatts. And it can go all the way from 0, which I don't think it can do, but sure, to 50 kilowatts, something like that. So just change this one little value here. Should give us a higher power range, which I think is all we need. Let's go ahead and put that in. See that that is going to compile without an issue. Turn the power down since we're doing 50 kilowatt draw now. Okay. Plug that in. Turn it on. See some stuff. So at 0, it's not doing anything. At 1, that should be 5 kilowatts. Can tweak these to make sure that they're good, but I think it should be fine. Call them in. What happens if I crank the power? Can we see more? Can immediately see more. That's good. Could do a 6x6. Okay. For now, I'm just going to turn it off because it's got a big power draw. Theoretically, we should be able to leave it on. 50 kilowatts is, that's like half of the main line. The main line can only do 100 kilowatts. That's a big drain. We want to be careful there. We might even overload the main line if there's a lot going on. But this should give us much, much better like reach, basically. We can reach more vendors. We can give a lot more power to the search for when we're calling them in. This dude wants oxygen. Don't really have oxygen. He can sell chocolate bars. Don't care for that. Just mostly testing that things work okay. I will take 1 medical pill. I'll take 2 medical pills. I'll take 1 medical pill. Okay, bye. Alright, how do you look, Dish? You're doing your thing? I can see that you've been moved. Looks like these are getting affected correctly. That's good. All getting controlled correctly. Set to what they're supposed to be. Nice. Alright. So that was quick. That's an easy fix. Easy change. Good. That's progress. We got a bigger landing pad now. We got the maximum size landing pad. Still needs oxygen, but most of the way done. Got the large satellite dish. This should allow us, we should be good now, to contact everything, basically. As long as it doesn't require oxygen, we should be able to point the dish at him and bring him in. So I like seeing all of that. That's all good. What else? I wanted to check a couple things. First off, how's the output on our exhaust for the nitrogen? How are these filters doing? The filters are great. They've barely been touched. Nitrogen line is up to 4, almost 5 megapascals. This is our supercoolant, which is still chilling at about -38. Alright. Those are fuel and water and stuff. This guy should be hitting 500. That's what we were looking for. And then it starts pumping fuel and pumping into our air tank for our suit. Fuel is down to 1 megapascal. So we're running out of fuel now, which is actually good to see. That means the fuel is getting converted into water faster than we're producing fuel, which basically means our water creation here is going relatively well. These pipes are still empty. Pressure's down to 1 megapascal, basically all through the whole system. The H2 generator is down to 5, so we could even add another H2 generator, maybe. I don't think so. I think we just need more air. It's the big thing. More fuel, I mean. But this is good to see. All of the water production is moving much nicer. The temps here are maybe a teeny bit high. We could bring that down 10 or 20 degrees Celsius. I don't think I care. I think we're pretty alright. We have a wild cooling system on our supercoolant line, which is doing way more than enough. The huge supply of liquid here for the input, and all of the rooms here being filled up. The goal, their target is to fill these canisters up to halfway full at 3,000 liters. So this guy is still at like maximum effectivity. It's like totally filled with coolant, and it's compensating for everything that we're doing and then some without any sort of issues. We could dump a lot more heat into this even if we want to. So further optimizations down there are not required for any sort of heat management stuff. Alright, this is good. Things are looking much better. Things are moving in the right direction. Oh, I wanted to check the centrifuges as well. Are you guys doing the thing? You still spinning? Have you dumped a load of reagents yet? I don't think so. I don't think yet. Or if it has, it's got another one being prepared here. This guy goes to 900, and then it will release. What's it at? 800-ish, a little over 800, so in like 100 reagents, we should see this stop spinning and let stuff out. What up, Neff? I saw you. I saw you and I waved at you and I did the shy kitty face. I see you like stationeers. I also like stationeers. Okay, I think I'm gonna paint some buildings. That's a thing to do. Greenhouse should be green. Let's make greenhouse green. Neff, what should I do? What do I do, Neff? What do I do next? Got any things you want to see? Is thinking too hard? Are you not here to think? Can you make an Irish flag on the wall? Ooh. Maybe. I don't... Can you, like, paint? If they give me, like, an MS Paint style input, I can make some mean stick figures. I could make some Irish stick figures, maybe an Irish flag. Are flags in the game? I saw that they have, you can get like what do you call it? You can get like a suit, one of these guys, a uniform. But it's a DLC. I have to give them money to choose a nationality. I want it to be Korean. I love Korea. Went to South Korea once. Super fun. I can get those from the roof. Nice. Korea was awesome. Just as like a city, it felt so much better than American cities. And way better for pedestrians. It was great to just go out and wander around and do stuff. Didn't want a car or need a car or anything like that. What's an Irish flag look like? Maybe I could put an Irish flag on the ceiling. Let me Google it. Irish flag. Oh shit, that's easy. It's just green and it's green and it's white and it's orange. I can do that. I was expecting like stars and shit. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. It's perfect. We're gonna put an Irish flag on the ceiling. So that no one ever sees it, I guess. But it was requested. We could probably put one on the wall, too. Good call, Neff. It's an achievable thing. I didn't even have to paint stick figures. Oh yeah. Look at that. Alright, what about the base? I was thinking base should be black. I feel like black feels cold like shadows. And the base is nice and cold. Which is the most impressive thing about it. So we're gonna lean into cold. I do have the paint mod. I recommend paint mod. The fact that the spray paints run out constantly is just like so tedious. I'm not a fan of that feature. I mean, it's fine. You make your game how you want, but I'm very happy to mod that one out. I do that one, and I do the stacks for like cables. I do a 200 mod for cables and pipes. It just saves clicking mostly. A little bit of inventory space. It doesn't feel like you're cheesing the game at all. It feels totally, totally legit. And just nice. It's nice to have for sure. Yeah, for sure. I would hope they actually move that into the vanilla game. I would like to see spray painting. I debatably want to see Zoop. I feel like the crafting and managing everything is maybe deliberately tedious. Not horribly so. It's like a part of the mechanics. It's almost like a part of the quirk of the game. Is that building stuff is hard. It's time consuming. You have to place every single wire. And all along. Zoop would make that a lot faster, but it also might remove a little bit of the challenge, and you don't need to be outside as long, and it's less strain on the suit. I don't know about that. But something like Zoop might be good for this game, too. I do love that once you create stuff, like if you get the automation going well, then it's totally worth the effort. It's like fairly tedious to build, and then it has like a crazy computer system that does all of the work for everything you need to do. That's a really fun dichotomy of a lot of effort for super high reward when it's all working correctly. That looks better. Missed a couple spots. Oh, I was gonna do those from the ceiling, I remember. Can't reach. From here I can, though. You're already green? You're not green. I don't know what solar storms are. I think I heard that being mentioned in the stream you were in. But I was doing human things and didn't quite catch it. What's a solar storm? Oh, you're getting ads. Goodbye, Neff. We got black. We got green. We got an Irish flag. What about a purple? You didn't get ads? Are you sure? I see ads running. Someone got ads. If you got ads, you can't see this, but I'm so sorry. Nobody deserves to see ads. Every time the ads pop up, I mute my phone and I put it face down and I make a face like this. It's a true story. You don't see ads? That's because you're Master Ninja. You've got a sword. Sword people don't get ads and they can ban whoever they want. That's the rules. Alright. How's that? We got a little color now. A little bit of color in an Irish flag. And now all the frames are standing out super extra ugly. Tempted to cover him in some cladding. Not sure if that's a priority right now. I think we're pretty okay. Perfect is the enemy of good. And all that. This is good. Fuck it.
Hydration critical.
I do like doing white for shoots. Gray is gross. Let's clean this one up a little. Oh, by the way, Ninja, I'm sorry, I saw the other day you joined and like right before we even played around, I was out of there. That felt like a dick move. Sorry about that. I had enough of that game. I was ready to uninstall again. 2 days? 3 days? 1 days. If you stay up for long enough, 1 days. Alright, this one stays gold. I remember it's not perfect, so I made it gold. Let's paint some stuff. Might do a little battlefield soon. Later today for sure. Soon maybe. How much of this game do I want to play is the question. This game's fun. This feels like it's like comfort food. It's just so chill. Just hanging out. Doing a little programming. Do whatever sounds interesting. The beginning is pretty difficult. But then it gets pretty easy. Pretty comfy. I think definitely the way to do this is you paint them before you put them down. Instead of having to do a click on all of them. You can do like 10 at a time. Too late. I'm clicking. You don't want to play either? No one wants to play it. It's the only option. If you want to be a helicopter, that's it. Alright. Got a little bit of color. That's something. This one should be... This is exhaust. I think I've used black for exhaust on the furnaces. Use black for exhaust here too. It's probably not a bad idea to label the chutes with color. Getting a little complicated now. We got ore chutes, and we got regent chutes, and we got exhaust chutes, and we got mall chutes. Color coding is useful. Color coding on wires and color coding on backpacks. Color coding on chutes. Alright, have I had enough? Is that enough coloring? It's like a crayon stream. Would you watch me if I was a crayon streamer? If I drew pretty pictures out of crayon? If I colored in between the lines of Disney characters with crayon? Would you still love me? Would you love me if I was a worm? Cute says he would love me if I was a worm. Oh, do you hear the noise? Do you hear him sorting? That means the gold and silver below finished up in the centrifuge. And you can see him moving there. They're loading up the things with the things. This is the gold one, I know. This one's the silver one. Oh, I painted it. Fuck. Alright, these are white now. Now I have to paint all of them. It's the way she goes. You check in once in a while? Oh my god, that sounds like you wouldn't love me, but you'd feel guilty. Wow. Wow, so you just stop by every once in a while to see if I'm ever gonna do anything interesting again? Is that what you're saying? You wouldn't even love me if I was a worm? What a fair weather friend. If you can't handle me at my wormiest, you can't handle me at my helicopteriest. Coloring book sounds more entertaining than this. That's fair. This is a special game. This is a game for a special kind of nerd. I imagine most people are watching this saying, what the fuck? But someone out there's having a good time. I like watching it. It's a weird one, though. This is a fantastic game. I love this game. I was thinking, too, I'm tempted to do some sort of, like, roguelike save with just 0 save scumming. My only concern there is I have a good chance of, like, completely ruining a wipe with something totally dumb and trivial. Like, I took out this window earlier today and just blew up my entire everything. Something like that wouldn't be great. If I'm trying to pull out a window and I accidentally set everything on fire and my whole base fucking explodes and that's the end of the save, that's not good. Think this is recoverable? Do you think we can come back from this? It looks bad. That's actually not so bad at all. We could recover from this. I'm not going to, but we could. It's an option. I would still love you if you were a worm or any other creature. Thank you. That means a lot to me. Trying to think of what other creature I could be. Would you love me if I was a gross crustacean? What if I was a crawdad? Crawdads are pretty rough to look at. I don't like those deep sea... What do you call them? Deep sea creatures. The sea bugs. The sea bugs don't look like food to me. They look like ew. Not a sea bug fan. Oh, that's kind of nice. I like that color. Look at that. Our greenhouse is green and our base is stealthy black. And our plants are growing. And our oxygen is rising. And our room is at capacity. And the temperature is low. I think everything's looking pretty good. I think it might be time for some Battlefield or something. I think it's break time. Got a few good hours of this game in. What did we do? What did I do today? What did I do today? I further optimized the water production. Water production is looking better. It's now seems to be keeping up. The cooling is now keeping up with the generation, which is a nice upgrade. So no longer a problem. We can generate as we add more fuel, and we can even add more H2 generators. Then we will be able to increase the water count. We basically doubled or tripled the amount of ferns that we have growing. And I want to check the water count. But the water is going up fast while we are consuming it faster than ever. So that is a nice upgrade. It's good to have the water problem solved. That's like a pretty critical one for sustainability, and that'll let us start. We can just like wastewater. We can sell water. We can pump water into chocolate, start making more foods, grow the greenhouse without having to worry about running out water. And the water here, we're up to 315 liters. I think it's slowing down a little as the fuel's running low. But giving it time to fill in the tanks, fuel should go up, water should go up. This should be a very water positive process, which is now moving in the right direction. So it just needs some time. In fact, I might play some AFK game. I might just like run the game for like 5 hours or overnight or something. That would probably be worth doing. I could just sit in the cryo chamber and run the clock, and then that would generate a huge amount of air and fuel and water and kind of fill in the systems more. That could be good to do. What else did we do? We got a fancy new large landing pad. This is the maximum size with the maximum size runway. Only thing it's missing is the oxygen system, which we'll have to add someday soon. That all seems good. Nothing crazy and new here, but a bunch of little changes. Let's see what for next time, maybe. For next time, I want to set up this. I'm tempted to do this like right now. We could do a quick program, but I want to have just like a dial where we select where stuff go. I think I'm going to do that right now. Let's write a quick program, and then I'm going to call it good and go do other things. But I want a program that will just take the output from these dudes, merge it all together into a single chute. Where are my chutes? Merge that all together into a single chute, and then we can control that using a dial. That sounds fun to do. I think that's like a 5-minute chore. Let's take a quick stab at that. Let's see, chute color can be white. Alright, so these guys will go down. Then they will merge. Merge this way. Come on, there it is. Okay, so all the output merges. I feel like we should have windows here. This is going to be fun to watch. These go down. More windows. If you're looking for idle games, Tower Wizard. Ooh, I can't even think of what an idle game is. Is that like one of those phone games where they try and get me to give them money? I don't play those games. They cost money. Alright, so we have mergers. When we vend now, it's going to go into this system and run along and poop out here currently. Which is not quite what we're looking for. But this is getting closer. So everything gets combined into one line. And then we can use a dial to specify where stuff can go. Let's throw down an input. Do I have any inputs on me? I don't think I do. What is that? It's like a switch or a button? I think it's a logic switch. Which you can rotate into a dial. Clicker game. I see. Yeah, those are a good idea. I haven't been into those. I have a friend who made clicker games. But not my favorite. Haven't got addicted to one yet. I know they could be very addictive in like a good way. They can be fun. Alright, so you are going to be our output dial. You are going to go from what? What do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, probably. Okay, so you can go from... Oh, this is upside down. Nope, can't have that. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. So 0 to 4. We should put a sign here. Label what it does. Where's my signs? There we go. Do I want to do big one? Do I want to do small one? It's upside down. Crowbar deconstruct. If I touch the window, the base catches fire. Alright, you get labeled now. So we say 0 is ground. 1 is furnace, maybe? 2 is electronic printer. What's up, cat? Who's a cat? How's this look? Oh god, it looks awful. Ground furnace. Electric. No? Come on. Elect. Fern. This is getting gross. Oh my god. What are you even doing? Sign, please. Okay, let's adjust this. I think we need some more space. Hey, who's your cat? Who's your cat? Who's your good boy? Don't bite me. You'll get food in like 2 hours. Who's your cat? Oh, he's fucking mangy. Look at him. That's how you know he wants food. He's so hungry he has to eat his human. I'm his favorite human and he'll still eat me for a snack if he's hungry. I love you, buddy, but you gotta go. Come on. Alright, let's move the dial. Dial go here. Dial go here, dial go up. This can be something bigger. That is better. Okay. Do we need to do 2? We can say you are 0 is the ground, 1 is the furnace, 2 is the electric printer. How's this look? Good. I wish it would align left. We could do 2 signs and have number and then text. That would be lined a little better. Anyway, 2's electric, 3 is going to be the auto lathe. Is there a Y in there? I don't know. 4 is going to be pipe bender. And we'll call that good. Really? Come on. Let's call it piper. Alright, I hate this. This looks so gross. But yes. It's information. Okay. You go from 0 to 4. Okay. So here are our values. And then we can just use this guy to control where is stuff going to go. And then on top of that, in the future, we can adjust it so that it will programmatically do stuff for us. So we could just like send some info to the housing and tell it, go ahead and send these resources to the furnace. And then it will do that. Or if the auto lathe gets low, go ahead and send these resources to the auto lathe. Something like that is the dream. And it seems like it should be a very achievable dream. So let's take some baby steps in that direction. Piper, I hardly know her. You know, I was thinking about some sort of dick joke there, but then I thought grow up. Grow up. Alright. You see the word pipe and you just immediately jump into the gutter. Grow up. It's a kind of funny word. Also, you're a child. Also, I'm a child. Let's see, we need power chutes for this. We're gonna do digital chutes. Is this the right one? How do we do this? Is there like a digital flip-flop? No. We don't want a flip-flop. Maybe. We want a splitter. Is this it? I've not played with these before, but it's something like this. Okay, let's see. How to do. Do we flip like this, maybe? I think this could work. Okay, let's try this. So we have 5 inputs. We have 0 to 4, which is 5. 4 means 5. You just gotta think about it. You gotta think about it pretty hard. These need to move, and I think they are already safe to deconstruct. They don't need to move, but we need to be able to like run cables and stuff. So let's open this up. Shouldn't cause any explosions. Okay. Let's route some cable and route some chutes. I think we have one too many of these, actually. Yes, this could be 1, 2, 3, 4, and then if it doesn't go through any of those, it'll just go down. So I think we recover one of these. Okay. And let's label them exactly that. 1, 2, 3, 4. So that we can just grab the setting and apply it straight to here. Not sure. I haven't done this before. We'll see. Alright, those come shooting along, and then they get dropped onto the ground if they don't get picked up by anything. Are we already out of chutes? Wow. I need iron. Iron is here. That's gonna immediately get booped. 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 Oh, really? Are you sure? Might I ask why? I'm guessing when I opened this up, it released volatiles into the atmosphere. Let's take a look. How bad is that? How much does that matter? Might not matter much at all. We have a small amount of pollutant. We have very slightly more carbon dioxide than usual. That's gonna waste a little bit of oxygen. I don't think that matters. I think I'm gonna just say fuck it. Explosions. We're gonna roll with it. When I open these up, I think it released some of the atmosphere from the normal air into this room. So we got a little bit of volatiles in here. Add a spark, and that becomes a flame. Also, we can see that the fire wasn't too bad. I mean, I guess it burned through all of it, but it really didn't do much. I don't see any damage to anything. They wasted a small amount of oxygen. It's fine. That was a fun fireball. We're gonna roll with it. Hopefully there aren't consequences. Where were we? White chutes. Oops. But yeah, we could save scum, and then we could run the scrubber and just pull the volatiles out. Nah. I'm gonna let it go. We're gonna roll with it. Okay, so this guy comes up and then over. Alright. There. So, this now all plugs in to these guys, which need automation, and they need power, and they need, what is this even? Ratios? I'm not looking for any sort of ratios. I just want to like split. I want a programmatic brancher. I want to say you go this way unless I set you to go down. What are your settings? What do you look like internally, Mr. Robot? You have a setting output. Okay. Is that? No, that's setting. Setting output. What are you even called? Does it have a name? No? I named it 4. It's not very helpful. Alright, anyway, let's plug these in with wires. Alright, we got power. We don't. I think this should be connected to the same circuit as the vending machines, because we're eventually going to want to vend and then switch, I think. But easy to adjust if we want to change it in the future. So let's run this out to the line we've got going outside. Can I reach that? We just do this. Feeling lazy. Is this going to work? Seems good. Okay. Did that work? Yes. So now this is plugged in. It's got power. I should see these light up. There they go. Okay. And let's have a chute here too. So we'll branch it off if we want, and then we can go down from the branches out. Let's give these guys a couple windows. And more importantly, I was thinking this spot, we're gonna need a curve. And you can just go down, it's fine. I'll just poop here. So if none of these are triggered, which is the 0 setting, then it will just go straight through and go down. Otherwise, it will turn this to whatever the setting is here. We'll use the hash codes plus the name to make that work. I think we'll try that. I haven't tried that before, but I think that'll work. And then it will go to the correct spot of wherever it's supposed to go, which we'll probably want to adjust to. Maybe not right now, but generally speaking, I think we'll want to move these. These are still more or less where they were when they were crafted. They haven't really been adjusted at all. So you might want to move them a little bit, change the orientation, probably not have floating shelves. But let's make like this a more of a crafting area. Yeah, I think that'd be a good idea. Even like right here would be fine. It feels like they're a little too cramped towards the front. Anyway, these guys will come, they'll plug in to the input side, and then we can use the programming on the printers. There's some internal memory. This is the tricky bit, I think, but there's some internal memory we can access where you can go through all of the various ores and see like what their quantity is if they're low, and then add more. So I'm thinking we write logic that adds more based on what's needed, and then if there isn't any more of that ore, it'll like lock up and turn on a sign that'll tell us what are we missing. So we can just like look at the wall and it'll be like, you need iron, and we'll go farm iron and throw it into the auto smelting system, and that'll make its way through. And then when it's got iron, it'll start crafting steel until it runs out of coal, and say coal, and we go get coal, that sort of thing. That's the dream, I think. Have the wall tell us what we need to farm, and have everything auto load. And then I want to combine that with logic. I want to do a couple dials so that we can control like the hundreds place, the tens place, and the ones place for creating stuff. And I can just specify, make me 200 sheets, and it'll craft 200 sheets. And if it runs low on materials, it'll demand more from the system automatically. That's the dream. I think that's pretty achievable. I think. I also think it's a lot. We're gonna take some baby steps in that direction. So this is a good start. Let's at least just get a little toggle going, because this has already been a little annoying. It'd be good if we just feed straight into the furnace. It'd also be good if we got a little count on a console above each of these, and we could just see how many of each, how full each of these things is, so that way we don't like start making steel and then, oh shit, we're out of iron, and now I don't even know how many is in there or what's going on. It's gonna be a little complicated, but that would be nice to have. I want to get this basically as automated as we can. I pretty much want to turn it into a sandbox. I think you can do that, and that's a fun problem to solve. That's the dream. That's also, I've not solved that problem, so it'll be fun to solve, and who knows, maybe it's not very difficult. Maybe it could be that it takes a couple hours and then it's just like a absurd time save. Everything's way more efficient. Or it could be impossible. I don't know. But I think this is all doable. So we're going to mess around with that. For now, let's just get the branching going on this guy. Call that good. That's a start. That's a start. And then I will make a coffee and play some Battlefield, I think. What time is it? We're almost 5 a.m. I bet the West Coast is waking up. It's time to play Battlefield. 5 a.m. Wake up. excavators. I think this dude is the, I think this dude has, like, he'll buy ore and stuff. This is the money generator. Let's give it a little power. Should be able to bring him in. Alright, what are we doing? More chutes? Do we have enough chutes? Out of iron. I don't think we really need more chutes. Okay, so this is wired in. And it seems correct. I'm not sure this is the right item. We're gonna have to experiment with it and see what happens. Like, it's doing a ratio thing. We don't want to do a ratio thing. It's not like a ratio where this is flipping as a toggle. Let me take a look and see if there's anything else. But it should just be like branch. We're looking for a branch, not a flip-flop. Not a flip-flop splitter. Not a valve. Oh, we could have flipped it. Oh, that's really tempting, actually. I think I want to flip these. That's going to look better if we flip them. Alright, so I think that is it. Maybe we just, like, set the setting to 1 billion. Or... I don't know. What's the max setting here? Can you go up to, like, 1 million ratio? And then can we just, like, reset your internal counting so that this never triggers? Ooh, that's the specific thing I want to see. So yeah, we can, with every iteration, with every cycle through the main function, we can basically reset the count on all of these. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Maybe. Maybe. Alright, what does this do? Let's take a look. Mode. Got it. So the mode is what we'll use to control the toggle. Okay. And then I want to flip these, so let's make it prettier. Alright, looking good. That's the start. Give me just 1 second here. I need to use the bathroom real quick. This is a good time to run ads, too. Back in 1 moment. What did I miss? Did anyone create content while I was gone? I hope someone assumed the role of content creator and amused the crowd. Maybe some nice juggling would be amusing. Let's see. We were just tweaking these to be a little more attractive and front-facing. Okay, so there we go. Nope. Not quite. We're looking for the digital flip-flop splitter right, and then roll it over. Is that it? Then rotate it. But not like that. But not like that. There it is. Okay. Alright, now those get power. I'm just even wondering, like, what do you do? Ratio was 1 to 1 here for the flippy floppy. I just want to see what happens. So if I put something through, I'm guessing it's going to go this way, and then it's going to go down. Let's take a look. That goes through the flippy floppy changes to down. Next one's going to go through the flippy floppy, it's going to change again. Okay, that's what I was expecting. So if we turn this thing way up, And then do you have like an internal count of how flippy floppy you've flopped? Is that like an internal memory or something? It's got a setting, it's got the mode, the quantity. What happens when I give you one guy? Quantity goes to 1. Yeah? That should be 2. 2. Okay, so it's going to like 17, and then it's going to drop 1. So maybe I can automate that. Can you automate mining? Is that a thing you always need to go out and do? That's what I've spent the last couple sessions doing. We've got mining automated to the point where you could just dump your belt into here, and it all gets automated, or it gets sorted and smelted and dumped into the mall. And then you can automate it further. We've got deep miners on this area, which can only grab... they can only grab the like silver and gold for this area, but if we move around and make little outposts, then they can grab more. Anyway, that gives you ore that you can clean up and separate in a centrifuge, which we have programming logic to do there, and that feeds directly into here. So like if we take a look at our vending machine, it's already got 37 stacks of gold. This one's already got 25 stacks of silver. So these will just be passively filling up over time, and they're actually almost full. This one's like 2/3 or more full. On top of that, this whole system I'm setting up, one of the biggest reasons is I want to set it up so that we have the vending machines for the advanced alloys that you have to craft with a furnace. And then I want to program this furnace so that we can just like feed it stuff. We can basically like say, okay, give me a recipe. You are expecting this temperature and this pressure with this much quantity of material. Go. And then we will plug that in up here to say, all right, so like let's say we need steel. Give me 3 things of iron, 1 thing of coal. Feed it to the furnace, and then that'll go straight into the furnace through the sorting machines. The furnace will be trained to say, all right, well for steel we're going to want to do this min pressure, this min temp, and then it will do its thing and craft steel. That will get broken into chunks and plugged straight into the sorting system here, where it will arrive in the vending machine. So when vending machines get low, they can request to have stuff made for them, and then all the advanced alloys can be like fully automated. So at that point, yeah, you could have like everything. You could be generating all your ore from deep miners, and then have all your vending machines overflowing. We've got an overflow valve where it just dumps into lava, and then have an infinite supply of material basically that's getting crafted as needed, which is automatically distributed to your crafting machines, which have dials specifying like, okay, how much of what do you want to make? So you can just walk up to a machine and say, give me 100 of anything, and then it'll make exactly that many and do whatever it needs to do to make that happen behind the scenes. So you can do insane levels of automation. This is a little bit in theory too. I've not done most of this, but it seems like a very solvable problem, especially since you basically do all your program solving with assembly code. So if you can write code and you have the appropriate variables to play with, which I think we've got everything we need, then you can do some pretty complicated wizardry. That's the goal. That's what we're working on. Right now we're just doing the one small piece of getting this dial set up to automate the distribution of stuff. So if I'm going to load the furnace or going to load one of these, I can just tell it where's it going to go and then go click buttons and not have to manually move stuff over and over and over, which isn't like a huge time saver, but it's a good step in the direction of everything I was just explaining and should immediately save a little time. It's also, I think it's going to be a super easy program to write. I'm interested in writing that, and we're getting close to that. I need to label these guys. You are going to be called 1. You are going to be called 2. You are going to be called 3. You are going to be called 4. Alright. These are wired in, and they've got all their chutes to the point where I think we can re-weld this floor. And be able to stand again. How we doing? Doing good. Getting fat and happy. Getting to endgame. Could use a coffee. Other than that, doing good. Alright, so we've got this all set up. Let's do some programming, I suppose. I think it's about time. Do some programming, and where's our chip gonna live? Probably over here would be a good spot for it. So we'll throw down a housing for our programming chip. And then we will feed you a IC chip. Okay. And then we need to write a program for this. Also, this has no power. So this is connected to the same circuit now. It'll be connected to all these devices. And we can tell it to do some things and some stuff. Let's see. Chip goes here. Edit. What do we want to do? I'm going to just start with some... We're going to do the template code. A generic nothing program. Give me the template. Template. Alright, so, writing some assembly code now. We're programming this thing to do things and stuff. This is a very basic template where we define an input, a device. These are corresponding to these devices on the physical thing. This is how you wire it and say device 0 is going to be, in our case, we'll have the settings dial. Maybe just dial. It's like the Chute Dial. Call it Chute Dial, maybe. But that's going to be this dial on the wall. And then we can even relabel it to make it simpler. You are going to be Chute Dial. And then right here, we can program that to say you plug into the Chute Dial. There it is. So that will give us our D0. Is now going to be Chute Dial, and we've even programmed it ahead of time. So we've got control over that dial. We've got an example of a variable here. We have 16 registers to play with, R0 through R15. It's good to alias them to make your code easier to read. We're going to have our dial setting, maybe. It's going to be R15. That's what we're going to be loading. We've got an example of a constant here, which we don't need this constant. We are going to need the code for the hash of the what do you call it? I don't know what they're called. It's like a electric flip-flop, digital flip-flop. Got digital shoot. We got digital flip-flop splitter right, I think, is the one we're using. Yeah, it's this guy upside down. So we grab the hash for that. We'll say shoot. Maybe flip-flop. It's pretty gross. Flip-flop is going to be hash of Jesus Christ. That is a long hash. Okay, so we've got a constant for our flip-flop. We have, what else? So this is a very basic function that doesn't do anything. This is like the general pattern I use that works well. It's a main function. It yields for a second, which lets everything settle. It's like wait 1 tick, sleep for 1 tick. Jol load vars is jump while pushing a return address into the return address variable raw. So we jump down to load variables. We're going to do whatever we want to do to load variables, and then we're going to return, jump back to raw, which jumps right back here. And then we can do whatever we want for setting stuff here. So in our case, we are going to want to load the dial setting. So we'll say load into the V dial setting, the device D, not S, D Chute Dial, and then the setting variable. So now whatever we have set here, like right now, that's going to be a 1, then a 2, then a 3, then a 4. That's the max. Okay, so we can start with that. So we're going to load our chute setting, and then all we want to do here is we want to tell the chutes where to point, basically, for the most part. There's maybe a little more we could do. We could do, let's see, first off, let's take a quick look at this. What do you have for your various values? Mode is what we're most interested in. That's like the toggle of what direction it's going to go. We've also got the setting output. This is how long it's going to go before it toggles. So like when I was playing with it and putting copper through and seeing when it would flip-flop, this is like when it's going to flip-flop. And the quantity is the reader on how close it is to hitting that setting output. So I think we want to First off, as we're booting up the program in the very beginning, we're going to do SB, that's set batch, for flip-flop. We're going to set all flip-flops on the circuit. We're going to say your, what is it, setting output is going to be like 999. We're going to set a really high value here. You're not going to flip until a ton of stuff goes through. So let's make sure we're not accidentally triggering the flip-flops. We just want to use these as a control valve. The flip-flop functionality is actually a pain in the ass that we have to work around here to make sure we don't accidentally get an incorrect flip-flop flopping. So we're going to set it so it doesn't flip until like 1,000 things go through. And then with every iteration here of our loop, we're also going to say set the, what was it? I already forgot. Quantity. We'll say wipe the quantity. Quantity gets set to 0. So you're not going to flip-flop till you get 1,000 things, and every single time we run our loop, we're going to reset the counter to 0, so that we should never see a flip-flop here. These are now going to be control valves that are controlled by the mode, is the idea. Okay. So how do we want to do that? I'm tempted to set them all to 0. How do we want to do that? Alright, first off, let's just, let's play with this a little bit. So we've got our setting getting loaded. We're going to set the, let's see. We're going to set the quantity to be 0, like I said, to prevent any flip-flopping. Then we want to set by name. So this is, SB is like set batch. It's everything with this device hash. So all of the flip-flops are going to have quantity 0. And then we want to set by name. The set by name is going to say, all right, set all of those same flip-flops, but now look for a specific name. And we need a name hash there. So the name hash should be the hash of our V-dial setting, I believe. Can we do this? Doesn't look like it's liking that. So the idea being our V-dial setting is going to be like 0 to 1, 2, 3, 4. And then these guys are called 1, 2, 3, 4. So I just want to set it by name to match exactly what we've got here. That ideally would be good. We could do some sort of like switch statement or something too. That's kind of gross though. Ideally we could basically just do this. If I do this, it's going to use the name VDial setting, which is none of them. We're looking for this variable, but it looks like it's not liking this. I think if I do this, it's not going to work. I think this is different, but we can try it. Let's maybe take a swing at that. I remember it not working in the past. You can't use just like, if you want to use like a string to target a specific thing, you have to store it in a hash. You can't just put the string in. Anyway, let's just play with this and see what happens. So for this one, we say mode gets set to 1 for the flip-flop that has the dial setting. And then we'll probably want to, we need to set the mode to 0 for all of them. We want to have them all set to off. Nobody's flip-flopping. Just let everything move straight through. But then the one in particular, we want to set the mode to 1. Now the problem I'm thinking of here, getting ahead of myself, is that if we set the mode to 0, and then we target this specific one and set it to 1, this is all happening within 1 tick of the system. So it's not going to work necessarily. It might like send it a 0 and a 1 at the same time, and they'll kind of fight each other. I don't think it's going to take the second one and let it override the first. Now I can play with this a little and verify that's the case, but I've already seen this exact bug cause an issue in our airlock, where you'd want to do something like throw a quick yield here, to let it rest for 1 tick and actually update everything to be a 0. And then when we set it to 1, now it's going to be able to overwrite that 0 without any sort of issues. The problem with this is, what if we yield during the exact specific tick where something is shooting through the tubes? Then that's going to cause trouble, right? So it's almost like I think we might want to do stages here, actually, and have it so that whenever it's like in an idle state, and then whenever the setting changes, then we do a one-time job of setting everything to 0, yielding, and then doing this. Anyway, let's do this, and then let's add a sleep for 2 seconds and see what happens. So this is a basic one. I'm gonna call this, what do we want to call it? Vending dial. And we're just testing, basically. This isn't gonna work, I don't think. But it's something close-ish to what we're looking for, I think. I'm gonna export, I'm gonna throw this guy into here, we're gonna turn it on, see if we have any errors. I see no incorrect lines of code yet. How are you guys doing? Are you off? Are you at 99? Look at that ratio, 1 billion. Okay, so they go to 300 max. It looks like those are getting set. And if I try and change this, is that gonna work? Okay, after 2 seconds, it's gonna reset it to what it's supposed to be. Alright, so this is at 4. So we should see 4 should be toggled down, and it's not, which means that the code I wrote here, like I was expecting, is not working here. This V setting is not gonna work. What if we try and make it a hash? If I say this, it doesn't trigger the IntelliSense to say, hey, you set this up correctly. Maybe the highlighting's wrong, but the logic is right, is what I'm thinking. Confirm, throw it in, export, throw it in, maybe change this to 1, immediately angry, at line 14, which is the line I was just doing. Okay, so it doesn't like this. Let's see. I'm gonna, just real quick, maybe ChatGPT knows. Alright, Clanker, what do you got for me? Stationeers. Turn variable into a hash. Into a name hash. Stationeers. Turn variable into name hash. Period. Look it up. Period. Don't invent shit, you dumb motherfucker. Drunk motherfucker. That's an okay one. That's a good autocorrect. Gotta make sure we get the motherfucker in there. Alright, let's see if we can figure anything out. It's thinking. It thinks extra long when you insult it, and then it sucks less. It's a true story. Alright, I'm just thinking about what we want to do here. We've also got the option. We can enter these as variables. That's not going to really help. Let's see. It's looking like, no, you can't do this. Breathing. Dude's thirsty. Dude loves food. Dude loves water. While we're programming, we can click the pause button and not run through resources as fast. We're kind of doing the opposite now. Now that we have like passive generation of resources, using the deep mining for these two things, but also creating like air and fuel. We actually want to run the clock as much as possible. The longer we're just hanging out, the better things are getting. Alright, what do I want to do here? How do I want to make this work? Who's in chat is smarter than me? Anyone got any ideas? How are we going to do this? I'm thinking I can do some like gross flip statement stuff where we set the hash based on a switch. We can do that as part of like load variables. We can compute what we want to do for our target dial or our target flip-flopper. You have no programming knowledge? Damn, just dick jokes. I mean, that's helpful. You give what you can. Okay. I guess we could do that. I'm not a fan of it, but we've only got a few things to do a switch through here. So we'll say alias v, let's say v target shoot. It's going to be R14. Let's compute a target shoot and then send that through. Okay, so we load our setting and we say move target shoot. So it's v target shoot. So we're going to start at 0. We're going to hard code it to 0. And then we'll say, let's see, branch relative, if not equal, v dial setting 0, 2. Okay, so we'll say 1 here. And then we'll say move the target shoot. It's going to be the hash 1. All make sense? Are you with me? All right, so we're gonna let's add a comment for this. Compute target shoot. So we're gonna start move target shoot 0 is just setting this target shoot to 0. So we're gonna hard code it to 0. We are going to branch relative if not equal. If the dial setting is not equal to 1, then branch 2 lines. So jump 2 lines to line 27. However, if it is equal, if the dial setting is 1, then we're going to move into the target shoot our hash of 1. So we're just going to hard code this value. And that's how we're going to get that name. We can't turn our dial setting into like a hash. Theoretically, if we could just plug that in right here, then we could save some code. But we can do this, and we just need to set this up for all of the values. So we do 1, 2, 3, 4, and then we say 1, 2, 3, 4, and then we say 1, 2, 3, 4. Alright, so that's a little bit of code. That's a little gross. But I think that should do it. We're going to come in here, we're going to hard code to 0 by default. We're going to check the dial settings. If it's 1, we'll set the hash to 1. If it's 2, we'll set the hash to 2. If it's 3, we'll set it to 3. If it's 4, we'll set it to 4. And then we'll jump to raw at the end of the day. We are going to set our v target shoot is a variable here already. So we're going to load all those variables. We should have the correct dial setting and target shoot loaded. We're going to set the quantity to 0, set the mode to 0. And then for the specific target shoot, we're going to set the mode to 1, and then we're going to sleep for 2. This seems closer. Okay, so we're at 0, should do nothing. You should all be off. That's off. Off, 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 off. If we do 1, we should see you turn on. And then are you going to do a flickery thing? You're going to do the flickery thing because of the yield. What happens if I... Oops. What happens if I remove what I was talking about? Let's say we're going to basically do a double set batch here. We're going to set the mode to 0 for everything. And then after, I'm going to set it to 1. But are these two going to fight each other? Is this going to work? Is it going to work inconsistently? Are you fuck? Yeah, look at that. It's fuck. It's doing some branchy blinky badness. We don't want that. Okay. Let's see. What do we want to do about branchy blinky badness? What do we do about you? How do I make you not break? We can do like the yield and the sleep. That's still doing a flicker that we want to avoid entirely, if we can. It's almost like we want to set by not name. I don't think that's a function, but let's take a look. What do we have for our functions? Is there like a set batch that does set batch not named? Is that an option? Here's all our various functions. Scroll, we scroll, we scroll. Scroll, we scroll, we scroll. Load, load batch, blah, 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 blah. Elemental P, Q, R, S. SAP. No. Set batch. Device hash logic type. Already isn't that. Set by name. Set by slot index. Maybe slot index could be useful here. I don't even know what slot index is. Alright, now we're getting into branching based on whether the device exists or not, which is not what we're looking for. Okay, so I'm not seeing any obvious commands. I want like set by not name. This would confuse the hell out of me. You just gotta do like 20 years of programming and you go to get a degree in computer science and then learn assembly and then make mistakes for years. Okay, how do we want to do this? I'm thinking like we could basically do this. We could tell it to yield here. And then we could keep track of the previous setting. Or maybe even have stages. We could have like an idle stage, basically the same way that we've done the staging for the airlocks or for the furnaces. We could have an idle stage where we're just chilling and waiting for the dial setting to change. When the dial setting does change, then we want to go ahead and flip the chutes. So at that point, we would do the process of simply just like adding a yield here. We would do these 3 lines of code, and then we go back to idle. So we would only ever have that one tick where it's wrong, just right as we're changing the direction. Which means we could specify, we could tell it like, okay, set your output to be this. And then, sorry, I'm just thinking aloud here. Just thinking how we could do this. Set your output to be this, and then we could deliberately tell it to sleep for a second, and then it'll run. We could even add a powered chute, a powered valve in the front of it, and we could block any sort of incoming stuff. So if we send an iron at the same time as we're trying to change the direction, we could turn the chute off, change the modes, set the correct mode, turn the chute on to allow stuff to pass through, and just make sure that nothing ever passes through while we are currently working on adjusting the chutes to be pointing the right direction. This is getting a little more complicated than I was expecting. That's okay, but it's just going to take a little extra work. Okay, I think something like that could work. So then we're going to want stages. And pretty much just 2 stages. Just idle and then changing. More or less. Okay. I might do that. Let's call this spending dial. I'm going to overwrite it. We might just come right back to this code, basically. But let's try and add some stages. Let's do alias v stage. It's going to be R12, 13. We are going to have our stages are going to be define stage idle will be a 1, define stage like set chutes, set flip-flops, set direction. Maybe update floppers. Maybe update flipper floppers. That seems perfect. That is some good variable names. Okay, so we have stage idle, we have stage update flipper floppers. We are going to start off by setting the output settings to 99. We're also going to set the stage. The stage is going to be starting at stage idle, so we'll just hard code that in. So we're starting in the idle stage. And then we want to do, let's see, our load variable function here. We're gonna do our load variables, and then we are going to jump. We're gonna branch if equal v stage to stage idle, then go to stage idle, and then we need to set a stage idle, which is going to do things, and it's going to go to jmain. Okay. We're going to say branch if equal the stage, I don't remember, update flipper floppers. That's going to be called stage update. Flipper floppers. It's the fucking worst name ever. We're rolling with it. Update flipper floppers. Update flipper floppers. J's main. Let's see. What am I missing here? What's wrong? What's wrong with you? Why are you mad? Why do you have to be mad? What's going on here? How did that affect the stage idle? I think it's just like highlighted wrong, but the code is right. Just terrible code. What am I doing? Stage update. That's much cleaner. All right, so you're now stage update. We got stage idle, stage update. Don't know why these are mad. Maybe something above is wrong. Anyway, we're gonna have an idle stage where we're sitting here waiting for the state or the chute to change the dial setting. We're probably gonna need to keep track of the last dial setting as well. It's gonna be R12. Okay. And then let's move what we're doing here. So we'll have no code in main, basically. It's going to be done through stages entirely. The idle stage, or no, let's say the stage update. Or even stage idle can do this too. So no matter what happens, we're going to set the quantity to 0. We're going to make sure that these guys are never flip-flopping. So even if it's idle, we're not changing anything, but let's say we move 1,000 iron through the thing, then it's never going to flip-flop because we're always setting it to 0. It almost makes sense to put this as main. I think I'll do that as part of main. Let's do it up here so that we don't repeat code or miss it somewhere. Okay, so we yield, we load variables, we set the flip-flop quantity to 0 every time, and then we branch based on our staging. For the idle stage, we go to idle. For the update stage, we go to stage update, and then we'll have no more code in here. So stage update is going to set things to 0. It's going to yield for 1 second to make sure that we don't have any funkiness. And then it's going to set our target chute to be mode 1. Okay, delete some code. I'm going to save this real quick. It's like a backup. Bending, dial, staged for now. And then we'll delete one of these. Alright, what are we doing? What's happening? We load variables. We've got our settings and our stages. We need one more device here, I think. I want to add that chute. I want to have a control over the valve. So what is that? It's going to be like I mean, it's a chute valve. It's like the entry valve. It's whatever it's plugging up the stop. It's going to be allowing anything to go in. We can call it just valve, or chute valve, I guess. It's alright. But we're going to add one variable, and then I need to physically add this to the ground here. But let's use a chute valve and make sure that nothing can go through while we're updating stages. So we will say when you change the thing, we are going to set everything to 0. We're going to set our chute valve, set db, nope, set d chute valve, cute valve, chute valve, not on. There's some mode for letting it pass or not. We could toggle it or not. Maybe even on is okay. We'll set on to 0, so it's just going to turn it off. We're not going to allow anything through. Okay. And then we are going to yield, or we're even not going to yield. We're going to sleep here for like 2 seconds. Let's give it just the teeniest bit of time. If anything was going through the pipes, we'll give it 2 seconds to finish going through. And then we'll go from there. Or even like 1 is okay. But turn everything to 0. Shut the chute valve off in the beginning. Sleep for 1 second. Okay. Then we're going to set our flip-flop mode. Or sorry, we're going to set the flip-flop we want open to be a 1. So that's going to open up whatever we're dropping. Okay. And then we can also set the chute valve to be on at this point. So turn off the chute valve so nothing can go through. Set everything to off. Sleep for 1 second. If there is anything in there already, it's just going to come out the dump on the floor, which should be okay. I'm thinking maybe we switch this even a little bit. Let's do this. So we shut the chute valve. We sleep for 1 second, leaving the flip-flops where they were. So it has 1 second for anything in the pipe to move through. So like, let's say there was something going to a furnace that was actually important. We don't want to have that get shut off. So we're going to give it a second to move through the pipe and to go through its flip-flop. And then we're going to shut all the flip-flops to 0. Let's make sure that that actually can go through. Okay, flip-flops go to 0. We give it 1 yield for the 1 tick to let it settle. We set the specific chute we want open to be a 1. And then that's going to open that guy. Our chute valve we're going to open up after that as well, so that we can allow stuff to flow through freely. And then we are done with the idle stage. Or sorry, we're done with the updating stage now. Things are looking good at this point. We want to change the stage. Move the stage, goes to stage idle. We'll change back to the idle stage. And it's just going to sit there until the setting changes again. Now we need to write that logic for the idle stage. So the idle stage needs to keep track of what the last setting value was and what the new setting value is. And if the new setting value is different than the last setting value, then we want to update into the updating stage. Okay. Was it the space that made it angry? Weird. Okay. So stage idle is gonna say, let's see. We're going to branch if equal the V dial setting and the V last dial setting. Go to main. Alright, so we've got our dial setting, we've got our last dial setting. And then if these are equal, nothing has changed, then go ahead and go to main. However, if they are not equal, if something has changed there, then we will say move the last dial setting goes to the V dial setting, and then move the stage goes to stage update. Alright, so let's say starting at 0, we're in stage idle, we're starting at 0, our let's see, our initial setting is going to be 0 by default. Okay, so we're in stage idle at 0, nothing's happening. If it goes to a 1, then we will enter this point. We will see our dial setting is not equal to the last dial setting. So we'll go to this line, we'll update last dial setting to be a 1, and then we'll move to stage update. Stage update will do its thing. Okay, now dial setting's a 1. So we re-enter the idle stage, and we keep looping here. If we set the dial to 2, so I think this is going to work. I think this is the only place we need to tweak our dial setting. This seems reasonable. Let's find out why it doesn't work. Okay, I'm going to update this code. We're going to overwrite. We're going to confirm. We're going to throw it in here. It's going to break immediately because it's missing a device. We're going to turn it off. We need a control chute right here. Is this all making sense? Is everybody following? Don't forget, we got a quiz. There's a quiz coming. You need to show up to class or you're going to miss the quiz. This language is just like pure assembly. This is MIPS code. Alright, and then we have a valve. Digital valve goes this way. Yes. Is that upside down and gross? Let's do valve right. Okay. You good? Does that look right? Are you pretty?
Hydration critical.
That's not pretty, but sure. Let's see. So if the close threshold's 0, then this is just like pass stuff through freely, I believe, which is just fine for what we're doing. And then, do I want to do it like that? I think I might want to flip it. Let's try that again. Let's do the left one, was okay. Left and then rotated like that, and then turn it on, and then give it power. You are the digital valve left. Whee! Digital valve left goes to... One sec, snooze ads. No ads for you. Snooze and snooze. Okay. And snooze. So what do we have? We have our chute dial. We've got that. We've got our chute valve. So chute valve is not 1, 2, 3, 4. It's not any of those. It is the digital valve left. Okay, right there. Alright, I can save. You turn it on. You are going. Okay, and we actually saw stuff trigger because we have a setting at 1. So this one should be on, and it is. Okay, cool. So this is holding constant. This is on like we'd want. And then the quantity is 0. If we pass something through, Should go right through, should come out the correct tube. This should still be at 0 because it's getting overwritten every time. If we go to 0, that turns off, that turns off, that turns on. So the chute turns off, lets stuff through. Things go, okay. If we go to 2, this guy turns on. Okay, so a little bit of staging and keeping track of the last variable here. Looks like it's working for us. And we're giving stuff time to settle. We may even want to tweak this very slightly. Instead of giving it just a single second, let's give it like 2 seconds here. If there's anything in there, make sure it gets through and goes to wherever it's going. Oops, I need to export. Okay, that should all set, right? You can do your thing? No? Come on. Did I break you already? I didn't even do anything. What did I do? I changed you to it too. Are you fucking for seriously right now? Do I have to change that one? Turns off, turns on. There's the 2 seconds off. There's the 1 second on. Okay. 1, 2. Okay, good. So that'll make sure we never... I don't even know if that's necessary, but that'll make sure things don't go to the wrong spot. Particularly, I'd be worried about that in the furnace. If you get like 1 incorrect loading into the furnace, that could cause trouble. Alright, we're programmers. We did it. We got a dial now that allows us to pipe stuff into stuff, except it's all shitting on the floor currently. But if we run these into the correct things, where we have the furnace, the electric printer, the auto lathe, the piper, all we need to do is route these guys into the correct spot, and then we'll be able to have some easier managing of things and stuff. And before I do that, I want to move these a little bit. I don't like where they are, so I think I want to adjust these, adjust this a bit, and then we'll plug them in and call it good. But yeah, that seems good. I like this. This is an improvement, and we can route this guy down into the furnace, and we can even do like a merger right here, so that we have 2 options for how to load the furnace. We can deliberately throw stuff in, or we can just set this guy to 1 and then click on whatever we want, and it'll get dumped into our furnace chute. Seems good. Seems good. Does that all make sense? Programming. I love this shit. This is really cool. That'll be useful. Alright, I'm gonna eat some food here. I'm gonna drink some water, and I think it's time to take a break from this game. That's a good like 5 hours of this game. Oh, it's exactly 4:20 blaze it. I'm going to take just a minute or 2 and make a coffee. And let's do a little Battlefield, maybe. Seems good. I like this. So we can... I think we can affect this. I think we can... We'll figure it out, but I think you can, like, send signals to housings. So we could just, like, send a signal saying, hey, set the new setting value to be something. We can, like, push it into the stack. And then we can just look... Is there something in the stack? Oh, there is? Okay. Overwrite whatever's on the dial with what's in the stack. And then just keep doing the thing. And it'll change the direction of where it's pointing. And then we can like programmatically direct where we want stuff to go. So that's a good start. I think that's a big chunk of getting resources out of our vending machines and directed to targets. And then we'll need to programmatically tell it like what targets to use and make sure we aren't pulling out more resources than we have and that sort of thing. But all good. This seems good. That's progress. One more thing to check maybe before we call it good for the day. How are we doing for like air and stuff? Where is my notepad? Where is my white notepad, which tells me air things? It's my oxygen notepad. Where's my red notepad even? Where did all my fucking notepads go? Into there. Okay. Notepad. Still have a very small amount of pollution from when we made a giant fireball, but no damage, and the carbon dioxide's getting destroyed. That's no problem. I can even do this if I want to. but I think the plants are just eating that. That's not a problem. Alright, and the water is at... Ooh, water's going down a little. 285. Let's do one quick check.
Oxygen
What
critical.
is going on with our air systems? Is that getting drawn into our jetpack? Or our suit pack, I mean? Is it going into here? You're at 5.5, so this one's definitely going up. It's up a megapascal already. This is going to fill to 18 with the current settings. But that's the supply for our suit. What about here? You should be at 500. You're chilling at 508, which means that is running. That's good to see. Maybe we do a turbo pump here to pump more air. How are you doing? 1.03. Alright, so we're just low on fuel. But other than that, got 4 megapascals there where we're looking for 15. Got 1 there. And got less than 1 on this end. Is our coolant good? Coolant's still at 160. Okay, so I think this is all working. Maybe doing a giant fireball on the base doesn't help. Maybe sucking air, prioritizing going into the suit doesn't help. Also, it's nice to have air in the suit, so I'm not super stressed about that one. I think we're good. I think everything's moving in the right direction. Just add time. Might AFK for a bit. This would be good, too. This guy wants to sell us things. What do you want? Mining backpack. Alright, real quick before we call it good for the day. I'm going to sell this dude a hard mining backpack, and I'm going to buy all of his oxalite. That is free oxygen. Alright, you wanted a hard mining backpack. That is cheap. We'll make one of those. We can just dump this ore onto the ground and it will evaporate. It's ice that starts melting. Just starts dumping oxygen in the room. It'll raise the nitrogen level very, very slightly, which you don't particularly care about. That's an okay problem. Not really a problem at all. And then that'll just dump air into our system, is all I'm thinking. But let's grab some free air. It's cheap, easy air. I sell you the thing. I buy your things. I send you to space. Bye-bye. Oh, and I got pills. I forgot about that. We got a pill in case I accidentally run out without a suit on again. Alright, we dump all of these in. These are going to raise the pressure and add oxygen, which means that vent's going to turn on, start filtering it out. All is working as intended. It's pretty good. Getting into the end game, getting strong, working on a little bit of automation for our production. That's a nice problem to have solved. That's like 1 out of maybe like 4 big pieces for the puzzle, and probably the easiest one. But that's immediately useful. And that was a fun little challenge to solve. I think that's a decent solution. Should work well without having anything going in the wrong chute, any misfiring. Alright, that's progress. I'm happy with that. It's break time. Time to place Battlefield. Time to make a nice coffee. Let's see if the West Coast has woken up yet. Hope you enjoyed. All of this is on YouTube so far. This will be uploaded to YouTube. Maybe it'll take a couple days. But if you're interested in seeing how do you get this far, you can watch every single second of it, except for like a half hour I forgot to record, okay? Whoops.